It's been a great weekend so far here in Lawrence, Kansas. The Jayhawks hosting their first ever regional. That's inside the Allen Fieldhouse, and we are across the street. Jam-packed crowd, number one versus number two, a rematch of last night's contest with KU taking game one. Arkansas defeating Northeastern earlier. Welcome to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. Let's take a look at the bracket and how we got here. As I mentioned, Arkansas hung on. 10-9 winners over Northeastern, setting up this regional final action, the rematch of last night's contest. And Kansas with a victory advances to the Supers. Arkansas needs a win to force a game on Monday. Earlier today in the elimination game, that man right there, Nolan Souza, got it going.
Yeah, he was awesome at the plate, wasn't he? A career day for Souza. 3 hits, 5 RBIs, couple of hits with the bases loaded, and that home run. 4 home runs for the Razorbacks earlier, and they were able to squeak one out against the Northeastern team that just would not go away.
It was a fun game to watch, setting up this one here. He's Connor Wanhan, and I'm Victor Rojas. So glad you could join us here at Hoagland Ballpark, and what an exciting time we have overall this weekend of just great action, great fan base, guys going back and forth and setting up today's matchup with Tyson LeBlanc of the Kansas Jayhawks. Always seems to be the guy that sets the table for the Jayhawks.
Yeah, not only has he set the table, he's been clearing it off with some regularity. The first team all Big 12 performer, most outstanding player of the conference tournament just a week ago. A couple of home runs into the backyard for Tyson LeBlanc. He got the one mistake that Hunter Dietz allowed last night. 7 RBIs have propelled Kansas to this regional final, seeking their first ever super regional appearance. But don't look now. On the other side, Arkansas may be finding the bats. Reese Robinette, a couple of long balls today, had 6 RBIs in this tournament, 4 home runs earlier for the Razorbacks. The bats have been quiet up until the second half of this game. It sets up a heck of a matchup here in the regional final.
No question about it. It is excitement in the ballpark, excitement outside the ballpark. Dave Van Horn, little bit of a wrinkle on the bump. We'll tell you about the starting lineup and who's starting for the Razorbacks when we return. Great shot of the backyard beyond the left field fence here at Hoagland Ballpark in Lawrence, Kansas. Kansas, the visiting team in this one, with Arkansas serving as the home team. And as we settle in for tonight's contest, we expect pretty much kind of the same atmosphere as we saw last night. Here's the lineup for Dan Fitzgerald, 44-16 Jayhawks. A little bit of a change in the lineup with Augie Mungarieta jumping up to the 3 spot.
It looked like maybe a little bit of an injury for Cade Baldridge, but outside of that one wrinkle, this is the top half of this lineup. It has been fantastic. Talked about what Tyson LeBlanc has done, but Augie Mungarieta is getting real comfortable with that backyard. Couple of long balls out that direction here in this Lawrence Regional.
Lineups came up. We were surprised to see Dave Van Horn going with Ethan McIlvain to get the start today. This will be his 20th appearance, first start of the season, his 10th career start.
Yeah, has started some games before as a member of the Vanderbilt Commodores, but it's big stuff for McIlvain. You see the fastball 96, 97 miles an hour with an elite slider. Saw the success that formula can create with Hunter Dietz on the mound last night. 14 strikeouts for their big left-hander. We'll see how long McIlvain stays in the ballgame, this being his first start of the year.
First pitch in this championship game is a fastball nowhere near the strike zone, and we are underway. LeBlanc, the Jayhawks leading hitter, 342, 23 home runs, 65 runs batted in. 1-0 pitch upstairs, 2-0. It is a balmy 85 degrees here at Hoagland Ballpark. Very little breeze, unlike the first 2 days. And with that sun out in all its glory, somewhat of a steam bath. Student section getting fired up already. McIlvain behind in the count at 2-0. And there's a strike. David Savage calling the balls and strikes tonight. Ronnie Teague at first. Brian McGugan at second. Tim Rosso at third base, the umpiring crew. Arkansas with LeBlanc at the plate, laying straight up defensively all the way around. 2-1 pitch, down and away. 3 balls and 1 strike. See McIlvain a little frustrated. He did get a quasi in-game bullpen, if you will, 2 days ago, pitching in this regional out of the pen.
Yeah, 22 pitches versus the Missouri State Bears in the opener for Arkansas. Picking up the save.
3-1 upstairs, and it's a leadoff walk for the Jayhawks. Razorbacks led by Dave Van Horn in his 24th season. There's Dave. They're familiar with this type of situation. They've got the experience. 1,345 wins, picking up that last one against Northeastern, knocking them out of the regional. As Tyson Owens settles into the box, the center fielder comes in batting .282 with 14 home runs. And the first one's upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes.
A totally different mentality starting a ball game as opposed to being the closer on the back end. And when you've got that elite stuff and you know you're in the 9th, you can empty the tank pretty quickly. It's going to be important for McIlvain to make these adjustments before it's too late. We know what this Kansas offense can do.
On the corner, evens accounted, ball and a strike. Last year, Vanderbilt went 2-3 with a 7.24 ERA. 16 appearances, 5 starts. He had 4 starts in 2024 for the Commodores. 1-1. And that is looped out toward shallow center field. Micah New is there. 1 away. Dan Fitzgerald in his 4th season at the helm, and what a job he has done in turning this program around. It's basically why Lawrence is hosting, because of the guys that he's brought in here, the winning baseball, the culture, and the environment that he has set. 2-time back-to-back Big 12 Coach of the Year.
And deservedly so. It's a little bit different formula than what you see from others around the country. A lot of junior college transfers in this Kansas lineup.
Augie Mungarieta as they check in on LeBlanc. 10 stolen bases on the year. KU doesn't run a whole lot. They'll pick their spots. 39 stolen bases on the season. Mungarieta hitting .300 with 17 home runs, 50 runs batted in. He taps that one foul off the body. A couple of home runs already in this regional. He's also chipped in 13 doubles. Junior native of Venezuela. Again, we've seen Arkansas shift around quite a bit, but so far straight up against the first three guys. Chopper to the right side, could be two. Souza, a little bit of a slip, low flip to Kojal, and the throw pulls him off the base. And Augie better get back to the base. They're wondering if the slide at second base perhaps interfered with the throw. No call.
I get a look at the play at second. That little slip from Souza in the low toss. That's all that it takes. Now you see Reese Robinette pointing out there. I don't know if that ball hit the hand of
look like
Tyson LeBlanc.
Yeah. Went into the dugout, and that allowed Mungarieta to get into scoring position, but 2 outs.
Break for the Jayhawks here, and ball looked like it could have been the inning ender. First opportunity to running scoring position here tonight, top of the first inning.
Josh Dykoff, the first baseman, up. Dykoff, a .288 hitter with 15 home runs and 53 runs batted in. Kojal gets credited, or charged I should say, with an error. His 7th of the season. Pull to the right side. Souza is there. Kansas gets a man in scoring position and strands him there. We head to the bottom of the first. Razorbacks coming to the plate. Picture perfect night here at Hoagland Ballpark. Scoreless as we begin the bottom of the first inning. We'll take a look at Dave Van Horn's lineup for the Razorbacks at 40-21 on this season. And we touched on the game that Nolan Souza had in game 1 today, career high in hits and RBIs.
Yeah, those two guys in the 5 and 6 spot doing most of the damage for Arkansas. And a ton of those Arkansas runs earlier coming with 2 outs. They were able to do it late in innings, which ended up being the backbreaker. Starting to find it a little bit with the sticks in their hands are the Hogs.
On the bump for the Kansas Jayhawks is the junior right-hander out of Montpellier, France. That's right. He's French. His name is Matisse Nayrol. 4-3 with a .459 ERA.
Yeah, he's been in the rotation all year and threw a gem last week in the Big 12 championship game. Punched out 69, only walked 26, but all about slider height tonight, especially with what we saw earlier from this Arkansas team. It's tight. There's not a whole lot of vertical break to it. So if it's up in the zone, it's going to be easy pickings for this Razorback lineup. Have to move it in and out. We saw pitching all weekend long give some of these Razorback hitters fits when you're doing it east to west.
You would think that the scouting report that the Jayhawks put into place last night kind of carry it over, especially with how the Jayhawk pitching limited the Razorbacks to just 3 hits. Rob Riggle's in the house, Kansas City native.
Yeah, we said it last night. This atmosphere, any questions around it coming into the weekend, first ever regional here in Lawrence, you can put those to bed. It's been an awesome experience for all 4 of these teams here all week long.
Not only here in the bowl as far as the seating, you've got the backyard area beyond the left field fence. A couple of records set attendance-wise. Friday against Northeastern, 3,571, and then last night against Arkansas, just over 4,000. Damian Ruiz, the left fielder, settles into the box. 307 hitter, and he takes up and in for ball 1. Ruiz in game 1 today, 0 for 4. Did have a strikeout. 11 hits for the Razorbacks against Northeastern. The battle that kept going back and forth. 2 balls and no strikes.
You got to give a lot of credit to this Razorback club. That's a tough game, an elimination game, and it's a Northeastern Husky group that never went away, but Arkansas continued to find a way to tack on some more late, and it was the 2 solo home runs in the top half of the 9th inning that ultimately did it for them.
3-0. Camden Kozel on deck. Very slow and deliberate, taking that pitch clock down. There's a strike, 3-1. Last outing for Narold against West Virginia on the 23rd. And 4 1/3 in that one. 9-0 KU win over the Mountaineers. 3-1 pitch. Ruiz pops it up. Shallow right center field. Moving in and to his right is Jordan Bach. There's out number 1. That's what I always feel like pitchers, you know, you get a big game situation, not guys that got a ton of experience in the postseason, but like Narold here, you fall behind 3-0 and you get the obligatory strike 3-1. And then you get the fly ball out. It's like, oh, I can breathe now.
Yeah,
okay. Oh, yeah, this is pitching. It's just another game.
It's a pretty big release.
Right?
You know, you talk about Narold that start last week against West Virginia in the Big 12 tournament championship game. So he's gotten the ball, which is where he's slotted in the rotation. And some of these potential closeout opportunities for the Jayhawks.
Kozel, big swing and a miss. Narold spent 2 seasons at Cochise College. Just par for the course for this KU team, filled with transfers. Junior college transfers. No balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, you want to talk about finding the intersection between getting talent to compete at the highest level and on a national stage, and then also finding a core group of players that you can build around. It's what this coaching staff at Kansas has done. And not only have you found the guys that can play with your Arkansas and, you know, some of your names that you hear in the postseason year in and year out, but starting to find that consistent success here. Dan Fitzgerald said it well. You know, you look at what they did a year ago, and a season on the back end of that starts to become the expectation. He said that, and that's what they've set. It's been pretty impressive to watch them run, playing with a ton of moxie right now are the Jayhawks.
Seems like every year they've got a top 5 recruiting class from the JUCO ranks. Shift is on. 3 infielders on the right side. Kozel behind the count at 0-2. Breaking ball misses. Schlotterback at the shortstop position. We've seen Kozel go ahead and take. If you're going to give it to him, he would bunt. Not in this situation with 2 strikes, but he has in this regional already. The 1-2. Breaking ball foul back. That one too good of a pitch with 2 strikes.
I see a little bit of a wry smile too, and that's exactly what we're talking about with Narold. That secondary stuff has to be down. It doesn't have the depth when it's up around those letters, and we've seen what happens when Arkansas starts to get free swing, and those balls are going to leave Hoagland Ballpark in a hurry.
Try it again. Swing and a miss. Got him upstairs with a fastball. 2 down.
Sequencing here is fantastic. You miss with that breaking ball up, get away with one. You go right back up there. You know Kozel's eyes are big. He's looking for something that is hanging. You go up with velocity and able to get him to swing through it. 2 up and 2 down for Matisse Narold.
You get a guy like Narold who is, I don't mean this in a derogatory manner, but slow moving. It's a slow pace. Does that frustrate you as a hitter?
It's definitely a lot of time. You know, and if you're not a guy that likes to wait around, be deliberate, yeah, it could certainly get in your head a little bit. And be really interesting to see as he settles into this ballgame if it's the same type of pace with a runner on base or if that changes. But he absolutely commanding the pace that he wants to have on the mound.
Yeah, if this was the race between the tortoise and the hare, Narold is the tortoise.
You've had a lot of good pro comps this week, but that one works. It works.
It works, right? It'll play. 0-1. That is skied out toward left center field. Hit very well. Going back is Ballinger at the wall. That is gone. Ryder Helfrich gives the Razorbacks a 1-0 lead.
Just a matter of time for Ryder Helfrich to get it going. It's been relatively quiet for as good of a player as he is. Widely regarded as a top 10 prospect in the upcoming draft. You see he gets the foot down on time. A pitch that's elevated, and this one's up into the air. And this backyard, newly implemented here at Hoagland Ballpark, has become a very familiar landing area for home runs. 384 feet on the blast from Helfrich.
10th home run that Narold has allowed this year. Zach Stewart takes upstairs for ball 1. Helfrich prior to that swing 3 for 12 in the regionals. Here's the 1-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Stewart went 1 for 3. And that one proved to be a big one, a home run in the 9th inning of the game against Northeastern. This gave the Razorbacks, after Robinette's second home run of the game in the 9th inning, gave them a 4-run lead, but they needed both. As Northeast battled back to get to within 1. They had the tying and winning runs on base before Arkansas closed it out. You mentioned in the open that Arkansas is starting to get a good feel offensively. This is already good hitters ballpark, plus with the heat, baseball is going to carry. 2-1 to Stewart. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Now, we've seen the ball really carry to left field here, and that's something to watch the rest of the night. These players have played enough games here. Those that are not Kansas, they know how the ballpark's going to play. That big batter's eye almost acts as sort of a shield from any of the breeze that's coming in from right center. And we've just not seen the wind affect any ball going to the left side.
We've seen multiple guys from the left side of the plate going oppo. Full count. Souza on deck. Van Horn changing his lineup around in game 1 against Northeastern. Bumping up Souza and Robinette, dropping Pompey. Pompey got dropped to the 9th spot in this one. Payoff on the way. Foul.
A good idea trying to go inside there. You see Zach Stewart hanging around, one of the Razorbacks that went big fly in the first game. There's an interesting conversation about the advantage, right? Kansas has a little bit more rest, but you've got an Arkansas team that has found their groove, especially the second half of game 1 today.
Had some Kansas players out early watching the Northeastern Arkansas game. Another 3-2, and he lost them. So Narold gets the first 2 outs and gives up the home run to Helfrich and a walk to Stewart.
Yeah, if you played the game of baseball long enough, ever been involved in a doubleheader like this, it can be a really good day for you offensively, or a really poor one. And with what we've seen from the slug with Arkansas today, it's trending in the former direction. This guy a big part of that at the plate.
One of the left-handers that went opposite field earlier today. 3-hit game, 5 runs batted in, both career highs as he takes a big rip. Comes up empty, 0-1. Native of Honolulu has jumped his batting average to 274 with that 3-hit performance. 4 home runs and 35 runs batted in. He's got Stewart at first. Kansas defensively straight up. No balls, 2 strikes. LeBlanc, the shortstop, moves over to the second base side with 3 infielders on the right side. hit sharply. That's Osorio, the second baseman from shallow right. Retires Souza. But Arkansas strikes for a run off the bat of Ryder Helfrich.
Now 4 home runs in game 1 today. Ryder Helfrich getting it going early. Elevate and celebrate to left field. 1-0 Arkansas.
The NCAA Baseball Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? 1993, the Kansas Jayhawks winning the regional. And then on to the College World Series. Never been to a super regional in the realm that we are currently in. And one away from doing so. Dariel Osorio, the second baseman, leading things off against McIlvain. That one goes through the wickets. 1-0 Arkansas here in the second. Osorio, 228 batting average. 8 home runs and 41 runs batted in. Cute foul. Good breaking ball.
Home run has been such a big part, not only of everybody in the college baseball season this year, but especially in this Lawrence Regional. We've seen a lot of the offense generated via the long ball, and that is a tough ask with McIlvain on the mound. Just one surrendered all season long for the big left-hander.
1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Can you draw a comp to last night and facing Hunter Dietz if you're the Kansas offense? I know 2 different guys, but lefties with good fastballs.
It's a similar type of approach. I have to think that, you talked about Sharon scouting reports earlier. It's going to be a very similar plan for McIlvain, although Dietz has been one of your starters all year. So you're talking about a little bit of a different current physical state, although so much success on that cutter last night for Hunter Dietz, besides the one miss to Tyson LeBois.
That is driven out toward deep left center field. This one's got a chance, and it's off the base of the wall. Osorio hustling into second base. He's got himself a leadoff double.
Now that's one way to respond here at home. Get a fastball that's coming in on the barrel, and Dariel Osorio just missing himself a long ball to left field. This one right off the base of that backyard wall, and first extra base hit for the Jayhawks tonight. First of what I expect to be many.
Yeah, he swung the bat well this weekend. If they can get him back to what he was last year, an all Big 12 guy. It's been a struggle for him this season. He's on board. First pitch to Jordan Bach is up and in. Bach, a grad student, hitting .285, 7 home runs, 43 runs batted in. Kojal shading him toward the middle. Pompey even with a bag at third. 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes.
Now let's think about a guy like this. And McIlvaine on the mound is going to supply quite a bit of the power. That was a 95-mile-an-hour fastball that Osorio turns around 105 off the bat into left center.
2-0, 3-0. It's kind of a fine balance, right? Because you don't want to dial down your offense because they are who they are, right? But you also have a guy on the bump that hasn't made a start this year. So you want to get that pitch count up as much as possible. 3-0 pitch. And it's a 4-pitch walk. The first two have reached for Kansas here in the second.
It is that fine line. You're trying to find that intersection, and that guy right there has been making those decisions in an elite manner for a really long time. It'd be really interesting to see how long McIlvaine is able to stick it out. Again, you mentioned has made some starts earlier in his career at Vanderbilt, but none this year in a Hawk uniform.
Schlotterbeck takes outside. There's 5 consecutive out of the strike zone, as we've seen Helfrich this weekend. Calls timeout and try to settle his pitcher down.
Yeah, you can see the body language is great right now. Fighting with it is McIlvaine. The stuff's elite, that's no question. It's a matter of can you make those micro in-game adjustments in this new role for him. Again, it's an entirely different mentality coming in the ballgame in the 8th, 9th inning. You know that there's a finite number of pitches that you're going to need to throw. Kansas doing a good job right now of making the big left-hander work for it.
Schlotterbeck, the third baseman, hitting .278 on the season. He's got Osorio at second, Bach at first. This one pulled down the left field line toward the corner. That is just foul. Just hooked foul.
Yeah, it's a game of inches for a reason, and this is just a hair too far off the end of the bat for Dylan Schlotterbeck. This takes a late draw, and you see how close this is. You're talking about a foot into foul territory, and there's next to no foul territory here down either line at Hoagland Ballpark. That is close to a tie ball game for the Jayhawks.
One. Fouled off to the right. 1-2. For that visit to the mound has kind of calmed him down a little bit. There's the defensive alignment for Arkansas. Ballinger on deck. Now the 1-2. Outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Not a bad idea if you're McIlvaine. Pompey shading a little bit toward the line. 2-2. Full count.
That's a 3-ball count already for the big left-hander. This is a big pitch coming up.
.27 pitches thrown by the lefty, the 3-2. That's a number back toward the mound. McIlvaine throws to second base. They get the 1 and back to first. In time, a double play. Slow developing, but Schlotterbeck does not run a whole lot, or well anyway, and he gets gunned down for the double play.
Now, very fortunate for the Razorbacks in that matchup and situation. Very slow developing. Couple of gather steps for McIlvaine to make sure that throw is on target to second base, and that's one that you see. You put your head down and you go, but the turn up the middle is quick enough to get to 2 outs. It's going to take a 2-out hit from Brady Ballinger trying to tie the ball game.
Ballinger, the left fielder, .286 average. Got a pinch hit opportunity in game number 1, played yesterday, and back in there today. 1-0. "13 doubles, 3 triples, 7 home runs, and 43 runs batted in. Missed a couple of weeks due to a hamate injury. 1-0. Can't leave it up on the corner. One and two. Got a fastball there. We mentioned McIlvaine making his first start of the season. Season high as far as pitch count, 52. That was against Florida back on March 29th. You can see how lathered up he is. The heat here and the mugginess in Lawrence. 1-2 pitch way outside.
Ballinger, preseason All-American, has not quite gotten it going the same way in 2025. You talk about the hamate bone injury. Numbers have been good against left-handers. It actually favors him from a split perspective, but down 2-2, it's tough.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase that breaking ball. And the Jayhawks get a couple of men on to start the inning. McIlvaine shuts him down.
Now, it doesn't matter what your splits are against that type pitch. That's nasty for the big left-hander. He gets out of it. 1-0 Hogs.
Bottom of the second here at Hoagland Ballpark. 1-0 Arkansas. Ryder Helfrich with a home run. ESPN is the home for the NCAA College Baseball Regionals for round-the-clock multi-game coverage. Scan the QR code below. ESPN Plus subscribers can access expanded coverage with Squeeze Play. Boy, golden opportunity for Kansas to at least tie things up, Connor, and just unable to cash in.
That's really been the name of this Lawrence Regional, too. A lot of these teams have put together some chances. The runner and scoring position numbers have not been great, but you've seen the long ball make up for some of that. And Reese Robinette at the plate played a big part in that category earlier today.
They roll to face Robinette, New, and Turner. 6, 7, and 8 for the Hogs. Robinette 3 for 5, 2 home runs, 4 runs batted in the win against Northeastern. That ball bouncing in front of the plate. Two 2-0.
It's not a bad time to get the power going for Reese Robinette.
No doubt. 4 home runs on the season now. Facing the right-hander, making his 17th start of the season. 3-0. I don't know if he just doesn't feel comfortable. He certainly doesn't look comfortable on the mound.
Yeah, not as crisp as it's been for Nayrol. You talk about what he did in the Big 12 tournament championship game last week. Didn't earn the win, but 4 1/3 of shutout baseball.
And a 4-pitch walk. Second free pass issued by the right-hander. I don't know if he's having trouble gripping the baseball or whatever the case may be, but it just does not look comfortable.
Yeah, it's as humid as it's been here in Lawrence all week. As little rain as we've seen since the selection show earlier this week here at Hoagland Ballpark. Brandon Scott has not had to come out a whole lot in this tournament. He makes his first appearance pitching coach for the Jayhawks. And it just doesn't look comfortable on the mound right now.
No. Good visit, because the last thing you want is to let this thing blow up. You've got a team that swung the bat well in game one. You've got a lead already. If they start feeling it, you know, the old blood in the water, watch out.
And it's a real thing with this Razorback offense. And they can get the slug going in a hurry. It was questionable for the first game and a half or so. They did enough to get themselves into a good spot against Northeastern earlier. And we saw it. I mean, you start to see a couple of those fly over the wall. You start to see some of those heat check swings that you're taking more risks, and with that are probably going to come some more big flies.
Micah New at the plate. He's the center fielder. New at 1 for 4 game one today. That's 5 out of the strike zone. New hitting .261, 9 home runs and 49 runs batted in. That's one of those situations when you get an opportunity to score like the Jayhawks did and don't capitalize. You need your starter to come in and throw strikes, get you back into the dugout as quickly as possible. 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes.
And the pace doesn't quite help that either, because it's a lot of time to think about it. All of the mechanical items that are going into it, trying to find that slot for Nayral on the mound.
3-0. Unlike what we saw from a couple of freshmen for Northeastern, completely different vibe from Nayral, who's a junior. And if you're the Arkansas offense, you're kind of salivating.
You can tell when someone on the mound is trying to miss bats, and oftentimes when you try to do that, you miss the strike zone all entirely. And this is an Arkansas lineup that, if anything, have shown that if it's comfortably outside of the zone, they're not going to chase. Now, they will chase if you're throwing and you're executing quality secondary stuff at the bottom. The 3-0 count. New probably taking in this situation here with how bad some of these misses have been. But you say it gets to 3-1, you're going to see some big swings from these Hogs.
There is action of the bullpen. I was wondering why a couple of throws over to first base, and that's just to eat up some time. .3-0. There's a strike, 3-1.
Yeah, it looked like it was Toby Scheidt, who's one of the go-tos out of the bullpen for Dan Fitzgerald, has been all year. Regional final leash is going to be tight. It's going to be tight on everybody, and there's just no margin for error here. Obviously, Kansas 2-0. Arkansas has got to beat the Jayhawks 2 times to advance to the Super Regional round, but that, I promise you, is not in the calculus for the Jayhawks.
Nayral's 3-1. Chopper foul, a full count. Yeah, I mean, this isn't a midweek when you're trying to get your reliever some work and you're going to let him ride out because he's got to get his pitch count up and working on the things he needs to. This is, you got to throw strikes. You've got to give yourself an opportunity to get outs. But you give up free 90s. That's not going to help you. You have a hard time against this team. Full count, man at first. Nobody out. Payoff pitch, foul back. New was all over that fastball.
You flirt with enough of those, it's going to become a big number pretty quickly. Now, 7th pitch at bat is going to push that pitch count up a shade for Nayral on the mound. Micah New getting some good looks. 4-hit game in the opener against Missouri State.
Ground ball through the left side, a base hit. So the first two have reached here in the second for Arkansas. Narold has faced 7 batters and thrown 34 pitches.
I just see some spin out over the plate. Big hole on the left side of that field. Mike Anu able to hook that through for his first base hit of this regional final. So far that question of the extra rest versus that getting into a groove, at least through the first inning plus, looks to be favoring the Hogs in that category.
That look right there tells you that he is done. Again, that means Coach Fitzgerald and the coaching staff basically see what we're seeing, and it's pretty obvious, whether it's body language or otherwise, he just does not have it today.
Yeah, shortest outing of the season for Narold on the mound. Dan Fitzgerald starting to push the buttons early.
Pitching change. We are in the second. Kansas 1-1 away from getting to a super regional. Bill Self is in the house. Back in here. They're here a couple of days ago as well. As expected. Senior right hitter Toby Scheidt takes over on the bump. This will be his 31st appearance of the year.
He's commanded the ball well. You see just 14 walks in 36 innings. Really been a 1 to 2 inning type of guy for the Jayhawks out of the bullpen. It's a drop down sidearm slot fastball slider for him. He's been particularly tough on left-handers. Lefty's just hitting 189 against Scheidt on the year. Having to come in a little bit earlier than expected here tonight.
Turner showing bunt, bunts it foul. The freshman almost stumbles over his bat, jogging up the line at first. Arkansas, we mentioned game one, if you were with us, they don't sacrifice a whole lot. 9 times this year. Turner, the freshman, does not have any. But 1 for 2 in game one with a run scored. One of the changes that Dave Van Horn made was putting Turner in the lineup at right, moving Stewart to the DH spot. Robinette at second, New at first. Bunts this one out in front of the plate, and the bat comes out. And over at first, the call is out. They're going to challenge that. And they are, saying that the throw pulled Dykoff off the base.
Arkansas is challenging the out call at first base. This play is under review.
It looked like Augie Munguerieta had to play a little bit of hopscotch around that bat. See, it gets caught up in front of the plate. He's going to throw off that footwork. Dykoff doing a nice job even picking this ball. He has his feet really in the wrong direction to have to do this. Makes it really hard to keep that left foot on first base for a right-handed throwing first baseman.
The ball beat him is whether or not the foot stayed on the base.
And this is another one. We had a similar one last night. That as a first baseman, every ounce of your weight is out over your chest to try and pick that ball. Natural tendency is that that back foot is going to lift. The question is it on first base when the ball enters the mitt?
No. The angles that we've seen so far, nothing definitive as to whether or not you could overturn it, but obviously they might have a couple angles that we don't.
It looked like on that the bat got caught up in the feet of Christian Turner, which then moved it out in front of home plate. Mugarieta having to navigate it as well. Well, this changes the complexion of the inning, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. Call on the field is out right now. Call gets overturned. It'll be a sacrifice. Again, unless you can see the separation between the foot and the bag. Here comes the call.
After review, the call of out is confirmed. Arkansas has one remaining shot.
That's a heck of a job by Josh Dykoff over at first base. This is a really tough one for a first baseman. You see he's expecting that throw in the chest and has to go across his body to pick this. And he's able to keep that left foot on the bag just long enough to secure that out. Still some potential threatening offense out there with 2 runners in scoring position for the Hogs, but Kansas able to pick up the first out of this second.
TJ Pompey, the third baseman, batting in the 9th spot. Infield back for Kansas. Schlotterback even with the bag at third base. Ryder Helfrich, 17th home run of the season in the first, giving the Razorbacks a 1-0 lead. 1-0. Jammed him. That's fouled. Ball at a strike. Here's TJ's mom and dad, native of Coppell, Texas. Shites 1-1.
Pompey's had trouble with that pitch here in Lawrence, and I would not be surprised to see another one go out that direction if you're Shite. It looks so tempting out over the outside part of the plate and breaks away late. You've seen Pompey swing through a number of those.
Checked his swing, or did he? He did. Ronnie Teague making the call at first base.
That's the right idea. Just a hair too far outside, I think, to draw that full swing.
Top of the order, Damian Ruiz on deck. 2-2 pitch. Full count. Matisse Nayrol issuing a 4-pitch walk to Robinette. A single to New. They were sacrificed 90 feet. Second and third with 1 out. 3-2. Lifted in the air. Right side. Dykoff drifts into foul territory. 2 down.
That's a massive out to get in that situation. Couple of men on. Runner on third base in particular with less than 2 outs. And the work's not done, but that's another one of those, Victor. You give it a little bit of a sigh of relief. But this lineup flips over. That's the thing with this Arkansas lineup. There are no holes in it, top to bottom.
Ruiz skied one to right. In the first inning, he's 0 for 1. Shite delivers outside. LeBlanc moves over just a little bit to his right, more towards that 5-6 hole than normal. With Ruiz at the plate. Here comes the 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Nice play by Mungarieta. New baseball being put into play. And a 2-0 count. Kansas the visitors in this one. Arkansas the home team. Even though Kansas is the #1 seed, they've been the home team twice and have not been the visitor. If we get to a Game 7 tomorrow, Kansas will be the home team. 2-0 pitch. Ground ball left side through. That's a base hit. Robinette will score. Being waved around is Micah New. Ballinger's throw is cut off or deflected, and it's 3-0 Arkansas. Damian Ruiz picks up his 29th and 30th, runs batted in.
This is why we said before, just a momentary sigh of relief there to get that second out, because this 2 outs in an inning has been the honey hole for Arkansas all day long. 7 of their 10 runs coming with 2 outs in Game 1 earlier today, an elimination game. They pick up 2 more here off the bat of Damian Ruiz. Hooks this into left field for 2 more 2-out RBIs. It's 3-0 Arkansas.
Camden Kojal steps to the plate. The book closed now on Narold, who last just 1 inning plus 2 batters, gives up 3 runs. There goes Ruiz. This one launched out to right field, and it is off the top of the wall. Ruiz will round third. He's going to try to score. The throw from Osorio up the line. It is an RBI single for Camden Kojal, 4-0 Razorbacks.
It's getting contagious in that Arkansas dugout right now. Camden Kojal talked about it yesterday, trying to knock the wall down a couple of times, getting extended through a pitch inside here. He just misses a homer. Ruiz getting started. That's the difference with this. It's a good relay home from Kansas, but too fast for the leadoff man for Arkansas. 4-0 Hogs, and all 4 of those runs naturally with 2 outs.
As has been the case for them. Ryder Helfrich, the catcher. Slider for a strike. All 4 runs with 2 outs for Arkansas.
They've done this the hard way on the road before. You go back to 2022, the Stillwater Regional, where I think it was maybe 1,000 or 1,001 runs that were scored. And they were in the 2-0 spot, but ended up winning a Game 7.
Over to third. Schlotterbeck's got it across the diamond. The throw right into Helfrich. He applies the tag. The 3rd out is recorded, but not before Arkansas strikes for 3 and takes a big 4-0 lead early.
Now the bats are out for the Razorbacks today. They are getting it done again. 3 more. Damian Ruiz, the big swing here, the 4-0 Arkansas.
Hot and sticky here at Hoagland Ballpark in Lawrence, Kansas. And the Razorbacks love it. They've got themselves a 4-0 lead as we start the third. Jayhawks setting up 9-1-2. Max Solis Jr., Tyson LeBlanc, and Tyson Owens. Solis, a .206 hitter this year, 5 home runs and 19 runs batted in. Cade Baldridge not in the lineup today. So Soria gets a start at second. And Solis gets a start in the number 9 spot at DH. That pitch called a strike, and it's 0-2. And you hear the moans and groans from the Jayhawk faithful. One ball, 2 strikes.
Well, here's the joust that's going on. 4-0 lead for Arkansas. And what Northeastern did so well earlier this afternoon is respond every time the Hogs put up a run. I feel like 1 or 2 plays really big here for Kansas State in this ball game. On the other side for McElvain, if you can come out, put up another 0, and with the way you're seeing Arkansas swing the bat right now, there's a lot of game left, and you're never going to count this Jayhawk team out, but you can go for a kill shot early with the way that the Hogs are using the extra base hit.
Well, Solis has gone from 0-2 to a 3-2 count. Payoff on the way. Swing and a miss. 1 down. Back-to-back strikeouts for McElvain.
Well, that's the advantage that you get with a 4-run lead early, too. You can pound strikeouts and go to the fastball in that type of situation. You don't have to try and get cute with it. Challenges Solis. First out of the 3rd inning, the lineup flips over for the first time.
LeBlanc walked to start the game. Takes a strike. Didn't like that call as he glances back to the home plate umpire, David Savage. LeBlanc transfer from LSU Eunice. What a pickup he has been. Team leader in several categories for Kansas. 1-1. 2 balls and a strike. And how he was able to leave the state of Louisiana to get to Kansas.
That is a fascinating question. You talked to him about the timeline, though, and like so many of these junior college guys for Kansas, Tyson knew before his last season in a Eunice uniform. It was a very early recruiting process for him.
2-1 pitch. Way out in front of the plate. 3 balls and a strike.
He's the one guy in this lineup whose numbers really jump off the page at you when you look at it. And first team all Big 12 performance and most outstanding player in the conference tournament and surprise Arizona last week. And I think any time that Arkansas has to face the ball with the bases empty, that is a win.
Razorbacks have action in their bullpen. Cole Gibler getting ready. 3-1 pitch. That is driven out toward right field. Hit well. Has got some carry. And Turner gets turned around but makes the catch. 2 down. Well struck by LeBlanc.
He's done a ton of damage to the pull side this week. You said it with Turner getting turned around. A nice job of settling out there, understanding where he is on the field. Tyson LeBlanc retired with the bases empty for the second out here in the 3rd inning.
Tyson Owens at the plate. The center fielder skied one to center. His first at bat. Two and 0. Gibler getting ready. Imagine this is it for McElvain. Get you through 3 as an opener.
And if that's the case, get you through 3 with a 4-0 lead. I would say that is mission accomplished for Dave Van Horn and this Arkansas coaching staff.
Now the 2-0. 0-6 low, 3 balls and no strikes. Run of the first, 3 in the second for the Razorbacks. And a 4-pitch walk with 2 outs here in the third. Third walk issued by McIlvaine. Keeps getting alive for Augie Mugarieta.
It's been about the 2-out offense all day long. You mentioned Gibler getting ready. He looks on. Also a left-hander.
This one popped up mile high, shallow center field. Colesville going out. Micah New coming in, calls off everybody, and New makes the catch. And McIlvaine is through 3 as he departs. The Razorbacks on top 4-0 as we head to the bottom of the third. Coming up Wednesday on ESPN, the NBA Finals Game 1 between the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs. Coverage begins at 8 Eastern with NBA Tip-Off presented by American Express, and cap off the coverage with Inside the NBA presented by Lilly. Surprised if San Antonio's taking care of Oklahoma City?
It's been pretty impressive what Wemby's doing. That is tough to deal with. Take out the defending champs, though.
Yeah. Bottom of the third. Scheitbeck out there. He'll face Stewart, Souza, and Robinette. Stewart walked in his first plate appearance. Takes outside.
Think about the extension on a Wemby fastball.
No doubt.
All right, I'm done with that for the day.
Yeah. 2 balls, no strikes. Stewart's been very patient all day. Whereas it seemed like the first couple of games, everyone was coming right after him. But all of a sudden, they've been very, very patient. As is he. How's that back? 2-1. He's drawn a couple of walks in the first game. Already a walk here in this one.
You almost see him looking that other way, too, towards left center field. And talked about how that ball has been flying out that direction into the backyard, recently installed just over the last couple of weeks.
Transfer from Missouri State. Came in batting .263. He's a senior. 2-1. 3-1. Back to the rosin bag. Nolan Souza on deck. And there's a walk to start the third. So back-to-back innings. A leadoff man is reached via the free pass.
Yeah, no surprise where the home runs have been. We've been talking about it. Almost 2/3 of them have gone towards that left field backyard area. You saw Reese Robinette earlier today go really the deepest ball we've seen to just right of center field. But most of that extra base hit, home run power is feeding the people out there.
Souza at the plate, takes a strike. Grounded out to end the first inning. He went oppo in that first game, 4th of the year. This one hit sharply towards second. Nice play by Osorio. Feeds LeBlanc for one. Brady back to first, not in time. Man, Souza got down that line, didn't he? That ball was scorched.
I didn't think there was a chance that he was going to be able to beat this out. It was just a little bit of a hesitation on this flip, I guess. It's a strike from LeBlanc, but burning down the line was Nolan Souza. You hit the ball that hard, your chances of beating that out are so slim just because of the time it takes to get to first base. It saves an out for the Razorbacks, at least for the time being.
Yeah, Souza kind of living that old adage, right? The result in the box does not determine how you get out of the box. Busting it hard all the way.
That's good teaching tape if you're a young player out there. See how thin the margins are at this level, especially if he comes around to score.
Robinette with a walk and a run scored. One of the 3 that came across for the Hogs in the second inning. Checking in on Souza. 14 stolen bases on the year. Arkansas with 89 stolen bases this season.
You see why Scheidt has the potential to be tough on left-handers. A lot of run on that fastball coming from that slot. But the flip side of that is if you don't have a good feel for it, maybe your hand's a little more moist than it usually is, it can run away on you. He's trying to find it right now.
Another visit to the mound. We've seen both sides wear out a path. Kansas more so.
Yeah, I think the stakes are pretty high here. Both these teams understanding what is out there. Manning West starting to warm, and at this point you're looking for somebody that can come in and throw strikes. We've talked about it. The strike zone has been a commodity tonight for both of these teams. 50% split for Scheidt, who's one of the more reliable 1-2 inning guys for Dan Fitzgerald.
Three balls, no strikes on Robinette. 3-1. Almost looked as if he was getting ready to flip the bat. The way he's been swinging it this weekend, you don't want any free passes.
Yeah, and I don't want to throw anything outside of where I just threw that last pitch either.
There goes Souza. The pitch is outside. It's ball 4. So Jayhawk pitchers have walked 4 guys through 2 1/3.
This is Jayhawk team that had the fewest walks in this Lawrence Regional coming into. Just 4 free passes all regional up until this game. You've equaled that total here in the first 2 1/3 innings in the final.
And that's going to be it for Scheid. That man right there, Matisse Nayrol, started it. An inning plus 2 hitters. Scheid came in the second inning. Got charged with 1 of the 3 runs. So Scheid ends up going an inning and a third. Pitching change here in the 3rd inning. Jayhawks looking for somebody that can throw strikes and fill up the zone. They trail it 4-0. The NCAA Baseball Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Oakland Ballpark. Regional championship game for Kansas. Arkansas needing a victory to extend it another day. And they lead at 4-0 here in the bottom of the 3rd. Manning West becomes the 3rd pitcher used by Dan Fitzgerald.
A lot of strikeouts, but a lot of walks for Manning West as well in his 29 2/3 innings of work. You see the numbers there. And very few traditional fastballs. Everything's going to be cutting, or it's going to be fading away. It's going to go to a changeup a fair bit of time against left-handed hitters, but then everything else moving right to left for the right-hander Manning West. And we just talked about this a moment ago, but you saw what Kansas pitching had done here in this Lawrence Regional. Just 4 walks that they'd allowed in their first 2 games. 4 of those here in the first 2 1/3 in the regional final.
1 out, 2 on. Micah New takes a big rip, comes up empty. New with a single and a run scored in the 2nd inning. Tough guy to double up. Good speed. That one misses outside. Ball at a strike. Sun's starting to set, so that means that left side of the infield plus Ballinger and Ruiz in left field have to deal with that bright sunshine. One, 2 balls and a strike. It's an Arkansas team that had just 3 hits against KU last night. See the last 4 games for Manning West. Razorbacks woke up against Northeastern with 11 hits. They've got 4 hits so far. As this one's looped out to left center field, that's going to fall in for a base hit. Coming around to score is Souza. Stopping at second is Robinette. It's 5-0 Arkansas. They've got their hitting shoes on. They found them.
Now, it was a question of whether or not they had found him through the first half of the ball game earlier today, but no questions about it now. What they've done, well documented with 2 outs, but getting it done a little bit earlier than scheduled here today. Micah New, 1-out RBI. Back-to-back singles for him and as many plate appearances.
Well, let me ask you, how comfortable is a hitter when you got guys that are struggling to throw strikes and all of a sudden you're in pretty good hitters counts, whether it's 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, 3-1?
Incredibly comfortable, and you're watching it come to fruition right now. The pressure is off, right? And you're not talking about the same type of wipeout stuff that we've seen from Hunter Dietz, from McIlvain as well from the left side. Manning West, you see the strikeout numbers, you got more strikeouts than innings pitched, but it's not necessarily going to blow you away. So if he's behind in the count, he's got to come over the plate. You know it's not necessarily going to have a ton of velocity. Ground
ball to second base. Osorio feeds LeBlanc for one. Relay back to first. Not in time. Slow developing. They get the lead runner at second base. Robinette ends up at third.
It's proven tough to turn a double play against these Razorbacks tonight. They are busting it down the line. Christian Turner able to at least extend the inning. Robinette moves up. He's 90 feet away from coming home for the 6th run of the day for Arkansas.
Turner, big lead over at first. TJ Pompey. There goes Turner. The pitch is a strike to throw down to second base. Not in time. A stolen base. And for Turner, that's his first collegiate stolen base. Two in scoring position. 0-1 pitch. Pompey skies one out to right field. Has some carry to it. Jordan Bach going back. And at the wall makes the catch for out number 3. But Arkansas tacks on a run. We've played 3 here in Lawrence. The Jayhawks are trailing 5-0.
The real fun just getting started.
Run straight for the breakaway.
The celebration is on.
College World Series beginning on June the 12th. We got regional action, elimination games, championship games today. That's an elimination game right there. UCLA and St. Mary's tied at 5 in the 9th inning. St. Mary's with the winning run in scoring position. St. Mary's was trailing 5-4 when that 9th inning started. Here it is 5-0 Arkansas as we start the 4th. Dykoff, Osorio, and Bach against McIlvain. 1-1 strike. Dykoff, a ground out in his first plate appearance.
Whole lot of shuffling in the brackets today. By the end of the action tomorrow, we're going to have down to 16 teams from 64.
Arkansas shifts now. Pompey moves all the way over to the second base side. McIlvaine, 1-2 pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Season high pitches now for McIlvaine. He's got 9 starts under his belt in his career. 5 last year for Vandy, 4 his first season there. And with each out that you tick off, right, you continue to shorten the game for that bullpen.
That's one less that you have to deal with and account for. That's why you see him coming back out there.
Gibler no longer warming up. 2-2. Lifted third base side. Long run for Kojal, who was playing in the shift up the middle. And that goes foul on top of the dugout.
Now the new career high in pitches, because you had a lot of 3-ball counts, and Kansas is at least making him throw some longer ABs. See the 7th pitch of this one coming up. He went 4 1/3 in a relief appearance against Auburn in the SEC tournament. They did that on 48 pitches.
Got 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. He's allowed just 1 hit. Leadoff double to Osorio, and that was in the 2nd. Another 2-2. Another foul off to the third base side, now to play. That was a golden opportunity for Kansas in that 2nd inning. A leadoff double followed by the walk to Jordan Bach. Schlotterbeck got to a 3-2 count, then had a little dribbler to the third base side of the mound. McIlvaine picked it up. We thought it was only getting 1 out, the lead runner at 2nd, but it ended up being a double play. And then Ballinger struck out. 2-2. Swing and a foul tipped into the mitt. 1 down.
Yeah, he's still able to go back and get 95. And this long into his outing, just beating Josh Dykoff with a fastball here. Another Jayhawk hitter swinging through it. Strikeout number 3 on the day for Ethan McIlvaine.
Osorio with a double in the 2nd inning, his 11th of the year, and he'll drive this one out toward left field. He wants more than a double. This one is gone into the backyard. Kansas gets on the board. Osorio's 2nd extra base hit. That's his 9th big fly of the season.
Well, he didn't miss it by much the first time up, and he got that little extra bit this 2nd time. Seeing as bet as anybody in this Kansas lineup against McIlvaine tonight. Doubled in his first at bat. Now the long ball. All Big 12 performer last year for Osorio. And he is heating up at the right time. Kansas breaks through for the first one today. 396 feet on the homer for Osorio.
A strike on the outside part of the plate to Bach.
Very similar. Almost a carbon copy of the swing that he had on the double. He just got that extra few feet on it. Heater on the inside, pull the hands through, and let the power that McIlvaine brings do the work for you.
0-2 count on the Jayhawk right fielder who walked in his first plate appearance. Osorio doing his part. He owns both hits tonight. That is ripped out the 2nd base. Short hop, had a lot of topspin on it. And Souza thought for a second he was able to catch it, but that ball just dove downward.
And it's the one drawback to those overshifts that you see. You're playing in an unconventional position that you don't get a whole lot of these type of reps on, those sinking line drives. And this one's tagged by Jordan Bach. It's a good swing, but you really see it dip there late. And Souza making last-ditch effort to try and come down. See, he's frozen right where his feet are. Can't quite get the leather to it. Jayhawks start to put something together here in this 4th inning.
Schlotterbeck, double play ball in his first plate appearance, 0 for 1. Takes upstairs for ball 1. That's pulled to the left side, a base hit. 2 on with 1 out for the Jayhawks here in the 4th. 3 consecutive hits allowed by McIlvaine.
Matt Hobbs out of the dugout before that ball's even back on the infield. And as fast-paced as it's been for Arkansas offensively here in this regional final, Kansas starting to wake up a little bit in the batter's box. That's just to slow things down. To talk about the type of humidity, the heat that's out there right now, and you can see it on Ethan McIlvaine. Just give him a chance to catch his breath after the 3 straight hits.
Brady Ballinger at the plate. That one missed inside. Ballinger struck out in the 2nd inning. This was looped out to the alley in left center field. That'll get down. Little bit of a late start from second base for Jordan Bach. He comes around to score. It's an RBI single for Ballinger. 5-2 Razorbacks. Trying to figure out what Jordan Bach was looking at.
Yeah, I was just taking a little bit too far on this read. You see Ballinger off the end of the bat, able to dunk this into left center field. This is a pretty quick read if you're the base runner on second. Overly conservative decision for Bach. Now, it doesn't hurt him because of the big bounce into the gap, and he's able to come around. And that's going to draw the skipper out. 4 straight hits will do it for the big left-hander Ethan McIlvaine.
65 pitches for McIlvaine. It's the most pitches he's thrown in a game since February 22nd of last year when he was at Vanderbilt. We got ourselves a pitching change. Kansas threatening. They've scored twice. They got 2 men on, trailing it 5-2. The NCAA Regionals coverage for all 16 sites continues tomorrow on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. For more information, visit ncaa.com, the home for all NCAA championships. This crowd has come to life. They were down 5-0 at the beginning of this 4th inning, but they have chipped away against McIlvaine, and Ethan has been removed after giving up 4 consecutive hits with 1 out here in the 4th, and it's Cole Gibler making his 19th appearance of the season.
You had a good sense that you were going to see Gibler at some point in this ball game again. Threw 29 pitches against the Jayhawks last night, gave up a home run, did punch out a couple of KU hitters. Fastball, breaking ball, changeup, and especially to righties, it is a lot of secondary stuff. You see a lot of changeup and breaking ball from Gibler.
Ballinger at first. Schlotterbeck at third. Infield looking for a double play ball. First one to Solis. Up and away for ball one. Solis getting to start tonight at DH. Struck out in his first plate appearance. This one pulled foul. One in the dirt. What a dig by Helfrich. 2 balls and a strike. Gibler yesterday against Kansas, inning and a third. Inning and 2/3, pardon me. See Helfrich. Gibler to kind of relax a little bit. Solis, a swing and a miss.
Yeah, I see him just pulling off on this ball. Ball down and out. Come flying out. It's a really nice location on that ball. Down and away, out of harm's way for Gibler.
Two. Solis pulls it through the left side for an RBI single. Make that 5 consecutive hits for the Jayhawks.
And after that pitch away, he goes back in, and you see what happens with Solis. You'd see him just pulled off a pitch prior. Fastball that's middle in, is able to hook this through the left side of the infield. You thought you may see maybe even a changeup soft away. You see it a ton from Gibler to right-handed hitters. Instead, it's another base hit, and Kansas is clawing their way back into this one. Exactly what they needed to do. The Hogs had opened up a 5-0 lead.
And more importantly, spins the lineup back to the top with Tyson LeBlanc coming to the plate. 0 for 1 with a walk and a deep fly ball to right. Ballinger at second. Now Solis at first. First one is in for a strike. Man, that outside corner, he's calling it for both sides. So that's all you can ask for, is that you ask for the consistency.
Yeah, and if it's there, that's where you want to wear it out with Tyson LeBlanc at the plate. Be very wary of the inner half or anything up.
0-1. Got him to chase a breaking ball. No balls, 2 strikes. Tyson Owens on deck. This inning started with Dykhoff striking out, but then Osorio hit the home run. We've had 5 consecutive hits since that strikeout. 0-2. This is pulled toward third. That goes foul.
If you're Tyson LeBlanc, you've seen the best breaking balls that Cole Gibler has. Now, you've seen 2 really good ones these last couple of pitches. Swing through the first one, able to get enough of this second one to foul it off. If anything, you know what it looks like. 0-2. If there is one guy that you do not want to let anything bleed back over the zone in an 0-2 count, it's Tyson LeBlanc.
Another 0-2. Shot foul with a fastball away. And that's the thing about LeBlanc. He's such a complete hitter. He's got coverage on both sides. We saw it with McElvey trying to go away, and he took that drive out to the wall in right field. All Big 12 first team. Gibler ready. 0-2 again. This one's driven out towards center field. Hit very well. Micah New going back. He pulls up. That is gone. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Tyson LeBlanc. Jayhawks on top 6-5.
How many times can you come through in the big moment? And talk about your guy being a guy, your stars being stars when you get in the postseason. Gets a breaking ball out over the plate. 439 feet, 107 miles an hour off the bat. And as much damage as he has done to the pull side, he's trying to knock down one of those trees out in center field. Talk about flipping the game on its head, Tyson LeBlanc.
Tyson Owens takes upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, you might as well get those chains custom fitted.
24th home run of the season. The 1-0. Owens trying to follow that up. LeBlanc now with 68 runs batted in. 4 of the 6 runs charged to Ethan McIlvaine, who looked dominant through 3 1/3. One from Gibler. In for a strike at the knees. Owens does not like that call. It's 2-1. Or pardon me, 1-2. Largest comeback of the season for the Jayhawks. Down 5-0. Taking a 6-5 lead here in the 4th. 1-2 now. Lays off. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Did not go as they asked for the appeal. Owens 0 for 1. He skied one to center in the 1st. Walked into 3rd. That time he went around, could not hold up on the breaking ball. Owens goes down for out number 2. Nasty breaking ball from the lefty.
Yeah, it's a great job of coming back there to get the strikeout, but 6 straight base hits, including 2 long balls in the inning for Kansas. Now to add to it, you got to face this guy, Augie Mungarieta. A home run last night out of the left-handed Cole Gibler.
Augie 0 for 2. Takes a strike on the outside part of the plate. Mungarieta, fielder's choice, reached on that in the 1st. Skied one to center in the 3rd inning. 0 for 2. Oh, 1. What a rip at that fastball up. No balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, that's a carbon copy of the pitch he put out into the backyard last night. Off of this same arm. Same situation now for Gibler on the mound. It was a slider that was left up to LeBlanc.
Launched way foul. Just a little on front.
For somebody whose splits have heavily favored right-handed pitching this year, we're talking more than 400 points on the OPS. Augie Mungarieta is seeing the ball out of the hand of Gibler.
Another 0-2. Another foul ball. Kansas had been limited to no runs on just 1 hit through 3 and a 3rd innings. They've scored 6 runs on 6 hits here in the 4th. The capper thus far, the LeBlanc 3-run jack to give them the lead. Another 0-2, and he swings through that one, and Gibler gets the strikeout, but they are on their feet here at Hoagland Ballpark. What a top of the 4th inning.
Well, you're not just getting a couple of back. If you're the Jayhawks, you're flipping this game on its head. A blitz from Kansas, 6 straight hits to take the 6-5 lead. Bottom 4 coming up.
Bottom of the fourth here at Hoagland Ballpark. Championship game. Kansas with a victory advances to the Super Regionals. Arkansas needing a victory to stretch this out to a Game 7 tomorrow. What a turn of events. But if you're watching this game, whether you're a Jayhawk fan or a Razorback fan, strap in. There's a lot of baseball to be played.
Now, welcome to the Lawrence Regional. It's been a lot of this.
Top of the order, Damian Ruiz. First pitch is down and in. Now, if you're Kansas, you need your guys on the bump to throw strikes. Ruiz 1 for 2. Singled home 2 runs in the second inning. Skies this one on the left side. LeBlanc drifting back out a little bit, calling for it. 1 down.
If you're able, after a 6 spot in the top half, to come out, put up a quick 0, it almost feels like you're adding more to it. And how often have we talked about it, not only just this weekend, but all season long? That's a long time to wait around for Manning West. He gets in the strike zone quickly and he gets the first out.
Camden Kojal 1 for 2. Singled off the wall in right field in the second inning. Chopper. Dykoff's got it. He'll wave off the big man. 2 down. ESPN is the home of MLB.TV. Stream every out-of-market game live or on demand using the ESPN app. Blackout and other restrictions apply. For more information, go to ESPN.com/MLBTV. 2 outs. Nobody off for Ryder Helfrich. Helfrich homered in the first. 17th of the year, 51st run batted in. And grounded out in the second inning. In Atlanta, Georgia Tech taking care of Oklahoma. That game at the bottom of the fourth is 8-3 Bulldogs. They've had a couple of ejections. Not in that game, but in the regionals in general. Seems like that's the theme. We were just talking about Trey Phelps.
Popping up quite a bit. Saw Landon Hairston earlier.
Skied out toward left field. Ballinger shading his eyes. Got the glove up there. And a 1-2-3 shutdown inning. And we will head to the top of the 5th inning. We'll hear from the Razorbacks head coach Dave Van Horn. KU up 6-5. Top of the 5th, Kansas on top 6-5. Dave Van Horn, the head coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks, kind enough to join us. Skip, I'd love to ask you about the experience that you and your club have in postseason play, how much you can draw off of that in a game such as this.
Yeah, we've been in this spot before, you know, not necessarily with this bunch of players, but the coaches have. And, you know, you just got to try to keep them calm, take 1 inning at a time. And, you know, obviously we've been out here since about 9 o'clock this morning, and you know, it's warm, so we're fighting it a little bit. We're getting down in pitching, obviously. But we've got to keep scoring runs. That's what I told them at the beginning of the day. We've got to hit. We've got to score.
All right, you talk about scoring runs, and those are starting to come in droves. What adjustments have the guys made at the plate?
Well, just really confidence more than anything, a little bit aggressive. But we've also laid off some borderline pitches early in the count, which has put us in good hitters' counts, and we're taking advantage of it.
Coach, we appreciate you. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Dave Van Horn, his 24th season as the head coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks. There's Dykhoff, Osorio, and Bach to face Cole Gibler here in the Jayhawk half of the 5th inning. It was Dykhoff that started things off in the 4th inning, striking out. Then the floodgates opened up for KU. Ball at a strike. Dykhoff 0 for 2.
That's part of why it's so hard to come out of the bottom part of that bracket, the elimination games and just the extra 9 innings that you've got to account for. You talk about Arkansas being one of the better pitching staffs in the country historically, especially over the last decade. There's only so many quality bullets that you have out there. You get some excellent work from your closer, Ethan McElvain, to get things going today. It runs out of steam, but you talk about a Kansas offense, it doesn't take much. And they start to get a little bit of rhythm and momentum. It's a completely different complexion of the ball game here in the middle innings.
1-2 count on Dykhoff. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hunter Dietz did a heck of a job yesterday. Career game for him, 14 strikeouts. 5-3 loss to the Jayhawks. 2-2. Dykhoff pulls one to the right side, and that is through, even with the shift on. Down the line it goes. Turner over to cut it off. Dykhoff slams on the brakes. Big turn at first. It's a leadoff single. Out west, we have ourselves an upset, a bracket buster. UCLA, the #1 seed, overall seed, losing to St. Mary's for the 2nd time in this regional. They will face Cal Poly tonight, the championship.
Yeah, I think a lot of people had the Bruins coming out of their own bracket, and right, deservedly so, but they have been flirting with that fire really for the last couple of weeks. You even go back to the Big Ten tournament, you got to tip your hat to the Gales of St. Mary's, getting it done at Jackie Robinson Stadium 2 times.
Osorio launching one out to left field. Ruiz back at the wall, makes the catch. Yet another top spin. This one stays in the yard. He thought he got it. He's the first out here in the 5th. He doubled in the 2nd. Short hop in the fence. He homered in the 4th.
It's only the top of the 5th inning. He's definitely going to get to come to the plate again, and I get the sense that the game plan for Arkansas is going to be to stay away from him. He is seeing the ball as good as anybody, just missing his 3rd extra base hit here. Damian Ruiz able to navigate back there and make the catch for the first out.
Well, what we've seen this weekend of Osorio is what the Jayhawk faithful saw all of last year as an all-Big 12 team member. He was stellar, and he just, whether it was pressing or otherwise, it just never really materialized for him this year, but he has been solid all weekend.
And what you're seeing materialize in real time right now, and not just for Dariel Osorio, but this entire Jayhawk roster, you're rising up to the moment in the environment. And this is not a space that the Jayhawk baseball program is used to being in. Winning in the 5th inning of a regional final. Again, looking for their first ever trip to the Supers. You talk about Arkansas hanging around a little bit. Kansas has done the same thing. You're staying calm, you're staying composed, pick up 7 hits in the 4th and 5th inning. And that's going to bring Dave Van Horn out for another time. And we're going to see another new arm going to the bullpen.
Yeah, Colin Fisher had been warming up, and as Coach Van Horn said, running out of pitching. That typically happens when you're on the loser side of the bracket. 6-5 Kansas here in the 5th. To look at the Super Regional preview, these two regions, the Atlanta one where Georgia Tech is the #2 overall seed. The winner of that bracket will take on the winner of this bracket. Oklahoma has just hit a grand slam in the bottom of the 4th inning and lead Georgia Tech 9-8. That is championship. Oklahoma's got to win twice. Georgia Tech just needs one to advance the Supers next week and then host. As Colin Fisher takes over on the bump, the junior left-hander of Noble, Oklahoma. Speaking of Oklahoma.
I see the numbers on the year for Fisher, and a guy that has been in the strike zone with regularity. In the rotation to start the year, has worked almost exclusively out of the bullpen in the second half of the season. A couple of scoreless outings in the SEC tournament last week for Fisher, and you heard Dave Van Horn just talk about it. You need somebody to come in here and chew up a chunk of this ball game. It's getting thin out in the bullpen for Arkansas, and if you're going to have any chance of making it out of this Lawrence Regional, you've got to have a big performance. Somebody maybe you didn't necessarily expect or goes further into a ball game, carries this one through, one that you didn't expect.
Jordan Bach will step to the plate with a man at first and 1 out. Bach's been on board twice with a walk and a single. He's also scored a run. One ball, no strikes.
90-92 on the fastball for Colin Fisher, and almost exclusively fastball breaking ball against the left-handed hitters. He's been tough on those lefties. Sub 200 batting average against for the year.
18th appearance, has 10 starts under his belt as Bach fouls that one at the plate. Ducks underneath that breaking ball, and it's 2-1.
And you get a good look at the action on that breaking ball here. It's one as a left-handed hitter you cannot give up on if it starts at you. If it starts right at that front hip, going to end up being a great pitch to hit.
Off the plate, 3-1. Fisher's a guy that could give you some length. Since he has started, worked out of the pen. Longest outing, 8 innings. That was way back in mid-February. Here's a 3-1. That's a walk. 2 on with 1 out. Trying to catch that outside part of the plate that just missed. So Bach has been on board 3 times now.
And you can see shaking his head just a little bit at the end of that one. And you want that outside corner if it's a left-on-left matchup. You can start to paint that outside black and start to extend it little by little. It makes it really tough on left-handed hitters because the ball's breaking across from you. It's almost like an angle sort of batting practice that you see some guys take. A little bit too far outside there, and leads to the walk, and it's 2 men on for the Jayhawks again.
Dykoff at second, Bach at first. Here comes the first one, way outside. Nice play by Helfrich.
And there's a number of those today that have not gone down as anything in the score sheet, but Ryder Helfrich has saved a lot of free 90s, and it's one of his calling cards behind the plate. All SEC defensive team as a catcher.
Little tapper. It goes foul. Schlotterbeck at 279 batting average, 6, pardon me. The men in scoring position this year. Had a single with a run scored to the 4th. He's 1 for 2. Chopper left side. Pompey bobbles it, goes to second base. He throws it into right field. Dykoff will score. Being stopped at third base is Bach. 7-5 Jayhawks.
Now, this is what you hear coaches talk about all the time, and it's compounding mistakes. We saw Schlotterbeck earlier. He's a real double play opportunity, but the bobble and then you start to rush. The feet aren't set, your hip flies open, and that ball sails into right field. What very well could have been an inning-ending double play for the Hogs turns into another Jayhawk run, and now you really put some juice into this inning with runners on the corners, just one out.
Second error of the day for Pompey, his 11th of the season. And Kansas has runners at first and third with Brady Ballinger at the plate. Ballinger singled home a run and scored in that 6-run fourth inning. Takes off the plate. See Fisher still trying to catch that outside part of the plate. Hook it, if you will. (1-0). 2 balls and no strikes.
And this one, you just got to force him in. If you're Ballinger, he's clearly trying to work away to these left-handed hitters. Talk about what he's done against lefties. Hold him under 200 on the year, but nibbling away right now. Hasn't found it yet.
Fisher pitched twice in the SEC tournament last week at 2-0. Ballinger's guys had found it out of play. Las Vegas native, a fan favorite here, nicknamed Balls. He does the stretch and they give him the hoo-ah. 2-1 count with 1 out, 2 on. 7-5 Jayhawks here in the 5th. 3-1. Number 9 hitter Max Solis Jr. on deck. On the corner, full count.
And you can see the difference. It brings that one a little bit further over the plate. That brings it back into harm's way. If Ballinger could stay on one, he has shown that he's not afraid to go to left center field.
They'll pick off to first. Maybe anticipating that Schlotterback's going to be on the move.
And if he was, that had him. That was the A move for Fisher on the mound. You see a lot of just throwaways where you're trying to keep him honest. That was the good one.
(3-2). Chopper, right side. Going to be tough to turn to. They get the out at first. The run scores 8-5. An RBI for Ballinger, his second of the game.
Now, the teams that end up winning regionals, super regionals, and have success at the College World Series are the ones that are able to cash in on these opportunities when you've got them. And that's been the name of the game here in this regional. We've seen some teams that have left a ton of men out there. Missouri State, Northeastern, and even Arkansas through their first game and a half. 8 unanswered runs for the Jayhawks.
Here's Solis. He skies this one, fouling out of play on the first base side. Kansas in this one 3 for 8 with men in scoring position. Looking for their first hit with the man in scoring position and 2 outs. Solis had an RBI single in the 4th.
I'm not doing anything different. You got to stay away from Solis. We talked about it in his last at bat. If you can stay away from it, he's pulling off. Had that base hit through the left side on a mistake that ran in.
Now the 0-2. Lifted in the air, shallow center field. Kojal going out. Micah New coming in, calls for it. He's there, puts it away. Kansas tacks on 2 more runs. They do it on 1 hit. 1 big error by the third baseman, TJ Pompey. We head to the bottom of the 5th. It's 8-5 Jayhawks. Kansas on top 8-5, one victory away from heading to the Super Regionals. Dan Fitzgerald, the head coach of the Jayhawks, kind enough to join us. And Coach, I know we've talked big picture about your program and your guys, but what's it say about the resiliency of these guys falling behind to Arkansas, who's starting to swing the bats this weekend all of a sudden, down 5-0 to fight back to take a lead here. Still plenty of game to be played.
Yeah, big response from them, and you know, these guys love playing baseball. They love each other, and you know, they just grind it out. And so we knew this was going to be a fight. Nothing in this game is easy, and certainly nothing's easy in the NCAA tournament. So proud of how we punched back.
Now, what do you need on the mound? You talk about Arkansas offense putting up runs in a hurry and having to press a couple of buttons from the bullpen here quickly.
Yeah, we need to bridge a couple here before we get into our back end guys, and they're available tonight. We just got to be careful with how long we stretch them out.
Coach, we appreciate it. Good luck.
Thanks, guys. Rock Chalk.
Zach Stewart skying the first pitch out into shallow left. LeBlanc was in the shift, has to move over to the shortstop position, makes the catch, and that's a big out. Get Zach Stewart on one pitch to start the bottom of the fifth.
And as you hear Dan Fitzgerald talking about finding a way to bridge to that back end, that's navigating this fifth, sixth, and you'd love to have it through the seventh inning as well. Bodie Ray's been fantastic. We've seen it on the back end. If you can find a way to get it there, it at least makes you feel good and give you a chance. We've been talking about it, though, in these regional round. You are not comfortable until all 27 outs are had.
Nolan Souza 0 for 2. Manning West came on in the third inning. Worked the perfect fourth. The top third of the order. Mention's last couple of outings have been solid from a strike throwing perspective, which is something KU has needed tonight. Souza takes a strike, and it's 1-2. Breaking ball hit to the right side. Osorio is there, and a little miscommunication. It's one of those baseballs that as a first baseman with the shift on, you got to let that go. Tough play for a pitcher.
Having made the transition to first base from the outfield, this is the one that it goes against every natural instinct that you have. It's a ball that you feel like you should field, and you feel like is within your range, but you have to let that go. And you're talking about it. Dariel Osorio is there to field that one. If Dykhoff heads to first base, it's an easy 4-3. And that's the one that takes reps. It takes reps during practice to see what that looks like and know the one that is in range that you can get and still make it to first versus the one that you have to be able to let go. It's a mistake for Kansas in the field, and Souza reaches first base.
Offensive timeout for Arkansas. With the man at first and nobody out, that's an infield base hit for Souza. Reese Robinette will be the man coming to the plate. He's walked twice and scored a run. Arkansas scoring a run in the first, 3 in the second, and 1 in the third to take a 5-0 lead until the Jayhawks batted around in the fourth, scoring 6 times on 7 hits. Kansas tacked on 2 more in the top of this fifth inning. That's where we stand right now, 8-5. Breaking ball lifted in the air to left. Ballinger's there. 2 down.
Talk about neutralizing 2 big left-handed bats here in this inning. Zach Stewart and Reese Robinette each going deep today. You're able to get both of them out with some benign balls into the air. Manning West doing a nice job right now navigating this fifth inning. 8 unanswered for Kansas, and you'd love to keep it there.
Here's Mike Anu, the center fielder, with 2 outs. Souza at first. New 2 for 2. A couple of singles, an RBI, and a run scored. And a 4-hit game. Their opening game against Missouri State. Nice dig. That's 2 balls, no strikes. No need to throw the perfect pitch. You just got to throw the right pitch.
I think that's well said.
2-0. That's on the corner. Good location. 2-1.
I would call that maybe even the perfect pitch, but it's definitely the right one. Staying away from Mike Anu. Still working uphill right now in this count if you're Manning West, but that is a good start getting back into it.
Missed in. 3 balls, 1 strike. Christian Turner on deck. Here comes the 3-1. Held back.
And you see what we're talking about as far as being careful, spinning that stuff up there that's too far high in the zone. This is one that New gets a great swing off on, just a tad underneath.
They rise to their feet here at Hoagland. Souza will be on the move with 2 outs and a full count. Here's the payoff. Way outside, not even close. A 2-out walk. Puts 2 on and brings a tying run to the plate.
And this is what Arkansas is they're going to do. They're going to hang around, and we saw it earlier. We saw it on Friday night against Missouri State. You talked about it with Dave Van Horn earlier. They know how to just continue to work that cut. Understand that there are going to be chances out there. This is one of them, 2 men on.
0-1 count on Turner. Stack bunt in the second inning, fielder's choice. And a stolen base in the third, so he's 0 for 1. Longest outing for West, 3 innings. This will be his 29th pitch. Turner bounces this one to Dykhoff, foul. 0-2. Outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. 6 hits for the Razorbacks, 8 for Kansas. West, the redshirt junior, who started his collegiate career at Oklahoma State. And went on to Walter State Community College before coming here to Kansas. Here's the 1-2. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. The last thing you want to do is get to that 3-2 count. Get the merry-go-round going with the base runners off the pitch.
Yeah, I've seen each of these last 2 at bats with 2 strikes. The secondary stuff has just started to bleed outside. Just takes 1 that you get around in the right direction.
2-2. Jammed him. Osoria's going to have to hurry. Comes charging in. Off balance. Throw, got him. What a play by Osorio at second base for the 3rd out.
Dario Osorio has been doing it with the bat all day today. Flashes the leather on this one. No margin for error. Kansas going to continue to try to tack on. 8-5 Jayhawks. Going to 6th inning.
ESPN is the home for the NCAA College Baseball Regionals. For around-the-clock multi-game coverage, scan the QR code below. ESPN Plus subscribers can access expanded coverage with Suites Play. Top of the 6th inning, KU on top 8-5. They have the top of their order coming up in LeBlanc, Owens, and Mugarieta. Tyson LeBlanc brought the house down in the 4th inning with his 3-run shot. But at that point, had given KU a 6-5 lead. They've added 2 since. 2 balls, no strikes. The home run for LeBlanc, his 24th of the year. And now with 68 runs batted in.
Yeah, I think if there's anything that you've learned from Arkansas, you cannot go breaking ball up to Tyson LeBlanc. Anything other than that, he's punishing every one of those he sees.
Two one. Foul tip into the mitt. That is skied out toward left center field. A towering shot. Ruiz at the wall, as is New. Off the glove, in play. LeBlanc will stop at second. It's a double.
Now, this is really tough for 2 outfielders coming together. See, once again, LeBlanc pulls those hands through so good at the short extension through it, but this is just Damien Ruiz and Micah New both trying to make a play on the ball. You can see New gets leather on it as he's colliding into that wall. It's so hard to be navigating, 1, the flight of the ball, 2, where you are in the field. Again, no traditional warning track, and then also remember to communicate like this. It turns into a double, though, to lead things off for Tyson LeBlanc, and again, Kansas is going to be threatening here in the 6th inning.
Not as violent, but very reminiscent of the Brian Downing-Fred Lynn collision and play in left field when with the Angels way back in the day. In for a strike on Tyson Owens. I know that's way before your time, big man.
I'm smiling and nodding, but I agree with you. I trust you.
Tyson Owens, fly ball to center, a walk and a strikeout. He's 0 for 2. Man in scoring position. 0-2 count. A double by LeBlanc. 9th hit of the night for Kansas. That's his 12th double of the year. Got him swinging on the breaking ball. 1 away. Big strikeout for the first out of the 6th.
Yeah, that's the best one. That's the one for Colin Fisher on the mound that he wants to go to, especially against the left-handed hitter. See where it starts on that hip. Just enough difference in the velocity. You've got Tyson Owens way out in front and can't connect with the 1 out here in the 6th inning.
Arkansas pitching with 6 strikeouts, but they've allowed 9 hits. 8 unanswered runs. Mugarieta takes outside. 1 ball, no strikes. With Baldridge out of the lineup, Augie moves up to the 3 spot. 0 for 3 so far. Pulled down the line, and that is just foul.
We've seen a number of these that have been just a hair on the foul side of the line. On both sides. Pompey gave this one a good run.
One ball, 1 strike. This is bounce foul. A 1-2 count. Dykhoff on deck. That hit a breaking ball down and in. A hit by pitch puts the second man on base.
Now, you'll see this a lot with left-handed breaking balls to right-handed hitters when the spinner has so much horizontal movement to it. You're trying to go down and into that back foot, and sometimes that's literally the result. This one looks like it's off that back knee of Mugarieta, but in a 2-strike count especially, you put another man on, and some more traffic out there for the Jayhawks.
Dykhoff 1 for 3. On the corner for a strike. .30 pitches thrown now by the left-hander. Down to expand. It's 0-2.
You can see him starting to find it with that slider. Now, I know one got away from him, but that was a very similar pitch, and you can get away with that with a left-hander at the plate. Now 0-2. A lot of times you'll see goes right back to the same pitch, just shifted a couple inches further outside.
Left that one up in the zone. Got away with it. Kansas 3 for 10 with men in scoring position so far. LeBlanc lead off double. Owens a strikeout. Mugarieta hit by a pitch. He's over at first. Fisher's 2-strike pitch gets away from Ryder. Not much Helfer can do. That ball will just continue to move away from him.
He's made some heroic stops behind the plate all day today, even going back to game number 1, the elimination game that Arkansas was able to prevail in. This one just a bit too far, even to the forehand side.
The shade now creeping and almost encompassing the entire home plate area. Infield back. 1-2. Launched out to right field. Turner going back to the wall. Gone! A 3-run big fly. Josh Dykhoff extends the lead. It's 11-5 Jayhawks.
We said it last night, but you think these guys are too afraid of the moment? I think not. And Josh Dykhoff hanging around, and he gets another one of those breaking balls. He's seen the good ones. He knows that that one starts, and you could get to catch it out in front. He's swinging out early, 367 feet to true right field.
16th home run of the season for Dykhoff. 3 RBIs, giving him 56 RBIs on the season. First home run hit to right field in this regional. And Fisher had left one of those breaking balls up. That's the foul ball he had with 2 strikes. 1-1 pitch. 2 balls and a strike. The Rock Chalk Jayhawk going full tilt here at Hoagland Ballpark in Lawrence. First time they've ever hosted a regional. 2-1 to Osorio. Taps it foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, you know, the saying is that solo home runs don't beat you. But two three-run homers in the span of 3 innings could flip the tide of the game, and would look to be one that was heavy in the control of the Hogs. He's gone the other direction here in the middle innings.
Osorio 2 for 3, doubled in the second, homered in the 4th. That was the first run on the board for the Jayhawks in that 4th inning. That is pulled down the left field line. Osorio's on fire. Duriel on his way to second. He's got his second double, third extra base hit of the game.
Now you can tell when a guy gets in the zone, and that's exactly the case for Duriel Osorio. Has been wearing out the left side of the field here all night tonight. His last at bat, he just missed another extra base hit. It picks up his third, though. Got a home run, now adds a second double to the tally, and they are feeling it here at Hoagland Ballpark.
Jordan Bach on base 3 times with a single and 2 walks. Takes outside for ball 1. It's left-handed pitching this season. He has just annihilated it. And that is coming to play even more so this weekend. Pickoff attempt at second. Osorio gets the hand back in there. Not a bad idea by the Razorbacks team. Maybe catch him sleeping a little bit.
Not at all. You see how close that was. Especially with the way the Jayhawks are swinging the bat. If you can steal it out on the bases, it really helps the cause.
Helfrich, nice Blake loving that one. 2-0 count.
Yeah, and at some point it starts to wear on you too. You get this many hits over the last few frames for the Jayhawks, and you wonder as a pitcher where you can go. Where are the holes where you can be in the strike zone without that damage being done? And that's where the doubt starts to creep in, and ultimately leads to more misses over the plate. You start guiding and nibbling around it because you just don't know what you can do. You've seen home runs from Josh Dykoff on the left side, seen home runs obviously what Tyson LeBlanc, Duriel Osorio have done on the other way. It is a relentless offensive attack right now for Kansas.
3-1. 3 home runs hit in this one. 110 home runs on the season for the Jayhawks. Still one out here in the 6th inning. 3-1 to Bach. Pulls it foul, full count.
Tale of 2 games right now for the Jayhawks. Ethan McIlvaine had this under control on the mound until Kansas rattled off 6 straight hits in the 4th inning. Capitalized by the Tyson LeBlanc 3-run jack.
3-2. Bach flips one out toward left field. Ruiz going back a couple of steps is there. 2 down. Here comes Dylan Schlotterbeck. One for 3 with a single and a run scored in the 4th. The backyard is packed out in left field. Hoagland packed out inside. One ball, no strikes. Home plate now fully shaded. The mound still in the sunshine. That is pulled foul. Watch out. Tyler Hancock, the third base coach.
Just making sure he's awake over there.
Yeah. Nimble guy.
Not had to do much, but high five guys coming around on their long balls.
Dave Van Horn doesn't even get to the foul line on a 1-1 count. He makes the move. I think he's seen enough of the very comfortable swings from the right-handers. And Fisher's going to depart. Yet another pitching change. With Arkansas down by 6, it's 11-5. Kansas leads it here in the top of the 6th. The Stanley Cup Finals get underway Tuesday night. Game 1 with the Golden Knights taking on the Hurricanes at 8 Eastern. Watch it live on ABC. And you can also stream the game on the ESPN app. Packed crowd here at Hoagland Ballpark on a Sunday night. Championship game for Kansas. A win and they're off to the Supers. And it's still early. Top of the 6th inning. They've got a manageable lead 11-5. And Arkansas goes back out to the bullpen. It's the freshman Peyton Lee taking over.
And you heard Dave Van Horn earlier talk about how thin it is in the bullpen right now, and you start to see some names that you haven't necessarily a ton. 7th-time out for Peyton Lee. He's made a handful of starts for Arkansas this year, and see the ERA up above 10. It's been some success on the other side, a .330 batting average against, but you've got to find something. And talk about that mound visit was a quick one for Dave Van Horn. A 1-1 count after the comfortable looking swing at play. Foul ball to left side for Dylan Schlotterbeck.
Too many rosin bags behind the mound. Schlotterbeck with a 1-ball, 1-strike count, 2 outs. Osorio standing at second base. Pulled over to short. Kojal's got it. Inning comes to an end, but KU tacks on 3 more. They've scored 11 unanswered runs.
A second 3-run jack in 3 innings for the Jayhawks. They put up 11 unanswered, and flipping the script, they've got their eyes on the Supers. It's 11-5 KU.
About regional hosts in elimination games. Auburn leading UCF. Kentucky leading West Virginia 9-6. And that's came in Tallahassee's tied at 3-3. How about Kentucky, which I didn't realize until about 3 seconds ago. Outside chance of hosting a super with what happened out at UCLA.
I don't know if it's an outside chance either.
Well, assuming they win, right?
You take nothing for granted, right? And as we've been saying all day long, and you're seeing all around the country, especially on the Sunday of the regional tournament, where you start to see the super regional picture come together. You see some scores balloon in a hurry, and you never know what's going to happen down the stretch. But yeah, chance for the Wildcats, who could call it a controversial inclusion into the tournament.
Right. Poppy fouls it off, 1-2. Yeah, you're getting to that point of the weekend where everybody's pitching is thin. You know?
Who can make the last run?
Yeah.
Really is what it is. And run meaning stringing some hits together. Think about a basketball type of.
Two balls, 2 strikes. 9-1-2 for the Razorbacks in their half of the 6th inning. Poppy, Ruiz, and Kojal. 6 hits for Arkansas. Jumped out to a 5-0 lead through 3 innings. This one floated out to shallow left field, and that will fall in for a base hit. Pompey would have been 0 for 2, now 1 for 3, and the leadoff man on board for Arkansas. About some of the tickets that have already been punched. Georgia, North Carolina. A lot more to come.
I don't think either one of those is a surprise.
No.
Talking about 2 of the top 5 teams in the country. Most the entirety of the season. Georgia's so impressive what they've done offensively. Moving through the SEC both in the regular season and the conference tournament.
Ball gets away from Mugarieta. Can't find it. Pompey will turn and slam all the brakes at second base. It might be getting at the end of Manning West's outing. As Coach Fitzgerald was talking about bridging to the back end of the bullpen. We are in the 6th inning. 3+ innings now for the right-hander. Although just 38 pitches extended in the 5th. Here's the 1-0. 1-1. Ruiz 1 for 3, a 2 RBI single in the 2nd inning. Give it a 30 runs batted in on the season. There's 1-1. Break your ball high. Kojal on deck. Movement going on in the Kansas pen.
2 times Manning West has eclipsed the 40 pitch mark, and you're not surprised to see Ryan Ritter get going again, and that's one of the bridge pieces that you're talking about with Dan Fitzgerald.
We're going to get a visit here. Kind of slow things down, get Ritter going. This isn't one, hey, you've got a little bit of rope and we're going to let you go. No, 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 no. On both sides, you saw with Dave Van Horn. Pulling Fisher out of the game there.
Bodie Ray has thrown twice already, so he's not 100% fresh, although I heard him say it in a post-game presser already in this regional that he anticipates being hot for every game that Kansas is playing down the stretch.
Long meeting, and the rock pile gets broken up. Arkansas needing a victory to force a Game 7 tomorrow.
There's plenty of game left, and you see how quickly the Hogs can put up runs through the first 3 innings here. Game number 2, what they did in the elimination game earlier today, but 11 unanswered for Kansas. You've got to have at least 1 to break that streak.
Two 1. 2-2, and Ruiz trying to leave with that swing. Pompey leading off this inning with a single. Swing and a miss. Down goes Ruiz, expanding the strike zone there. The Jayhawks will take it. There's out number 1.
Well, those are 2 of the better breaking balls we've seen from Manning West. You get one that starts as a strike to pitch prior that you get Ruiz to chase on, and this one just Damian extending the strike zone a little bit. Have not seen him chase a whole lot in this Lawrence Regional, but Manning West able to pick up the first out of the 6th inning.
Here comes Dan Fitzgerald, and that's going to be it. Manning's going to get a heck of a round of applause as he departs here. But the Jayhawk faithful kept things in check when they needed to. Well deserved. We got ourselves a pitching change here in the 6th inning. The NCAA Baseball Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Pitching change here at Hoagland Ballpark in Lawrence, Kansas. The first time the Jayhawks have ever hosted a regional. Manning West, what a performance for him.
You had to have it. You heard Dan Fitzgerald say it earlier. You needed somebody to bridge to some of those other names you're accustomed to seeing in the back end of the bullpen. That's what you get. 3 hits that he scattered, 3 innings of scoreless baseball for the right-hander West.
New pitcher on the mound, Ryan Ritter, a sophomore from Rogers, Minnesota, takes over, and he'll do so to face Camden Kojal.
The numbers are good. 70 strikeouts, 59 innings of work. He's only walked 22. Picked up the win last night against these same Razorbacks. 2 1/3 of scoreless baseball for Ritter. He punched out 4 of the 7 batters that he ultimately faced last night.
Kojal 1 for 3. First pitch in tight. 1 ball, no strikes. The hit for Kojal was an RBI single back in the second, picking up his 71st RBI of the year. Pulled foul. Jayhawks 11 runs on 11 hits, no errors. They've stranded 5 so far. Arkansas 5 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors. They've stranded 6. They've got a man in scoring position. 2 balls and a strike. Poppy led off with a single, then moved to second on a wild pitch. Long look back, 2-1. Fell back. A little too good of a pitch to a really good hitter. Kojal with pop to all fields.
And you saw just a moment ago the numbers, what he's done with runners in scoring position. Just feels like you have to have one to stay in this right now for the Razorbacks.
Swing and a miss. Kojal expands the strike zone. 2 down. You don't see that often.
That is a rarity for the left-hander. Come through so many times. It's the string being pulled again, and when that backside goes out and you're trying to reach that ball away, he knows that was a mistake extending it. 3rd strikeout of the night for Kansas pitching.
Here's Helfrich, 1 for 3. Homer back in the first. 3 infielders on the left side for KU. 1 ball, no strikes. 93-mile-per-hour fastball.
Go back to last night. That's 5 out of 8 now that Ritter has struck out. It took him a little to settle into last night's ball game, but clearly not that much. He's found what's effective against these Hog bats.
That is launched out to left field. That is a no-doubter, a 2-run blast. 2nd home run of the game for Helfrich. It's 11-7, a 4-run deficit now for the Razorbacks.
You absolutely had to have this if you're Arkansas. You talk about your guys coming through for you on the other side for Kansas. It's the exact same in this situation. 11 unanswered for the Jayhawks, and this is just a mistake that you can't make to a bat that's good. An absolute no-doubter for Helfrich. 2nd time that he's gone out to the backyard here tonight. 399 on the distance on that one, and these trees are getting worn out here behind Hoagland Ballpark.
Zach Stewart, the batter, breaking ball outside.
See how strong he is in the backside. Catches this one out in front, and that is getting extended through it. This was headed out of here in a hurry.
Stewart 0 for 1. 2 walks and a pop-up. Chopper, right side. Dykov's got it. He'll take it himself. The 3rd out is recorded, but not before Arkansas gets 2 on the board, cutting that deficit down. It's 11-7 Jayhawks as we head to the 7th. The NCAA Regionals coverage for all 16 sites continues tomorrow on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. For more information, visit ncaa.com, the home for all NCAA championships. It's a lively bunch here at Hoagland Ballpark. Top of the 7th, Jayhawks leading at 11-7. It's the bottom third, or pardon me, bottom 2 in the order, and then back to the top with Ballinger, Solis, and LeBlanc. First pitch down and away. Ballinger, a couple of RBIs. He's 1 for 3.
Arkansas able to get 2 back the bottom half of the 6th inning, and how important does it become to try and work a quick top of the 7th if you're Peyton Lee on the mound?
Called strike. Ballinger kind of had a little conversation with David Savage. Thought that pitch perhaps a little bit in. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Two and 1. Lee took over with a 1-1 count on Schlotterbeck in the 6th inning. Got him to ground out to end the inning. That was with Osorio in scoring position. Here's a 2-1. 3 balls and a strike. Solis on deck, 3-1 to Ballinger. And hit this one. Beats the shift up the alley in right center field. Ballinger will turn. Turner to the backhand. Fires it back in. And the big man's in there. Rumbling, stumbling into second with a leadoff double.
Now this is what you can do when you're up in the count 3-1. You know you're going to get something in the zone to avoid the leadoff walk. And Ballinger able to get the barrel to it with the shift on. This is going to roll into the gap in right center field, and this was double out of the box for Brady Ballinger. It had to be. Nolan Souza likes to cut that ball off, so no play at second base. And as we're talking about the need for it to be a quick inning for Arkansas, try and shut down this Kansas offense. You get a runner scoring position that quick.
Solis spinning out of the way, that one. Aren't you yelling from the dugout? Hold your ground. Wear it.
Like that's the term, right? Wear it.
Wear it.
You could do that with a 4-run lead in a regional final.
Solis chopping this one to third. That's a fair ball. Pompey's got it. And Solis is retired. Cannot advance Ballinger. You wonder if they'll walk LeBlanc here with first base open. He's been on a heater all season long.
You think about it. You definitely think about the walk. And it's that question of, do you want to put guys on when you're already playing chase? But he has seemed inevitable at the plate.
Ballinger needs some assistance from the trainer.
Well, and you remember he is coming off of the hamate bone surgery. Now it looks like he's just getting a glove to put over it. Went headfirst slide into second base on that double.
LeBlanc looked at Fitzgerald as if we're calling a timeout right now. Offensive time away. And Fitzgerald just needed the timeout to send the trainer out to Ballinger. LeBlanc 2 for 3. 3-run home run and a double. 2-run scored. Nowhere near the strike zone. 1 ball, no strikes.
This may turn into the unintentional intentional walk. You're not going to give Tyson LeBlanc anything remotely close. Just see if he'll chase at it.
Two and 0. Tyson Owens on deck. Double by Ballinger, his 13th of the year. That one ran back, caught the outside part of the plate. 2-1. It's a good pitch. 93 from the freshman. Three balls and a strike.
It's pretty hard to believe, just 243 this year with runners in scoring
I
position.
was thinking the same thing.
Talk about just about 70 ribbies on the year for LeBlanc.
Now the 3-1. Ground ball to short. Kojal is there on the first. 2 outs. Good pitch, good location. They get the second out. And here comes Owens.
It's a really nice job by the freshman Lee of just staying out of harm's way. You force LeBlanc to extend that strike zone a little bit, trying to make something happen. He rolls it over to Kojal.
Owens dribbles this one up the first base line, and that is just foul. Just kicked into foul territory with all that spin on it. You saw Owens jogging down the line, just frustrated that he thought he had made the last out.
And he's been an aggressive swinger for this entire regional. You've seen him offer it some pitches out of the strike zone. Weak contact here to get this at bat started. If you're the freshman, you think about a changeup, pulling the string on him, something away that you'll get him to pull off on.
Oh, 1. Evens up the count. Ballinger leadoff double, still standing at second base. So Lease grounded to third. LeBlanc grounded to short. Top of the 7th, 11-7 Jayhawks. New baseball being put into play. And yet another one as Helfrich didn't like that one.
A couple of heaters away. You got to be really careful here that you don't overcorrect and go too far back over the plate.
One around. There's that over anxiousness that you were talking about.
That's the one, and that's a really nice pitch by Peyton Lee. You break off that spin inside, you can see something in the inner half. The eyes get big for Tyson Owens and just a little too overzealous.
Now the 2-2. For a foul.
Well, no secrets here with what the approach is. This just comes down to execution on the mound if you're Peyton Lee.
Just missed. Right idea, because he fooled Owens.
It's a really good pitch. Change up, down and away. Too far down and out.
Here comes the payoff. Owens a swing and a miss on a pitch that was nowhere near the strike zone. The leadoff double stranded in scoring position.
That's a zero that had to be had, and nails for Peyton Lee. Arkansas trying to hang around here. We're stretching 11-7 Jayhawks.
The NCAA Baseball Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Hot calls, waving the wheat. Got it all here at Hoagland Ballpark. And they're getting it all on, dare I say, film, like they had back in 1993, last time Kansas got to College World Series.
That looked like a camcorder, didn't it?
Old school. Souza, Robinette, and New for the Hogs here, the 7th. First pitch in for a strike. Souza so far 1 for 3. He had a single his last plate appearance. One to Souza. Swing and a miss. Blew right by him. Good fastball.
Back-to-back regionals these last 2 years for the Kansas Jayhawks. First time since 1993, 1994, those years you're talking about. They have been playing like they have been regulars in this rounds of the NCAA tournament.
2-strike pitch, swing and a miss. Down goes Souza. They throw down to first to complete the strikeout, 1 down.
Ritter certainly getting comfortable here in this role. Talk about what he did yesterday in the strikeouts that he was able to rack up. 4 of them in the 7 batters that he faced. Just picks up his 2nd of the night here.
Robinette gets sorted.
Yeah, and very clearly that breaking ball is giving the Hawks fits. You saw the half swing from Cam Kojal last inning. Reese Robinette get fooled on that ball down. It is a pitch that is being tough to track right now for Arkansas.
No balls, 2 strikes. Robinette 2 walks and a fly ball to left. Now the 0-2. Trout ball that is through. It beats the shift. Jammed him and didn't try to do too much with it. Really good piece of hitting by Robinette. A 1-out single puts man on.
You get a look at the defensive alignment, and it doesn't take much if you're going to go that direction. Reese Robinette has been putting on an offensive clinic these last 2 ball games. A couple of home runs in the game earlier, the elimination game for Arkansas to survive here, going the other way and beat the shift with 1 out when Arkansas is desperate for base runners right now.
Micah New on board 3 times, a couple of singles, fouls this one back. Base hit by Robinette, the 9th for Arkansas. They're the home team tonight. One and one. The point of the game, especially the way that Arkansas has swung the bat today, both in the elimination game against Northeastern and in this one early on. Every pitch, you're sweating it out on both sides. 1-1. That is hit out to left field. Ballinger will pull up. That is off the base of the wall. Robinette is on his way to third. It's a double for Micah New. And Arkansas has runners at 2nd and 3rd with 1 out here in the 7th.
Well, I promise you there will not be any celebration here for Kansas until that 27th out is made. This is an Arkansas team that is going to continue to hang around. And you look now, and don't quite have the tying man to the plate, but you're 1 away from that. Hogs are going to continue to swing the bat. They've been on a heater all day, as we've been talking about. Got out to that 5-0 lead here quickly, and they could put up another 5 in a hurry.
Here's Turner, the right fielder. 0 for 2. First one's in for a strike. Ritter going from the full windup. Kansas collecting outs. They're playing back. Slaughterback even with a bag at third base. The 0-1 outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Double by Micah New. Now the 10th hit that Arkansas has picked up. So both teams in double digits in the hits category. A total of 22 combined. The 11-7 Jayhawks here in the bottom of the 7th. Here comes the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Turner tardy on that fastball. 1-2.
That's the tough part about Ryan Ritter. He's got 95, 96 in the tank, but it's a fastball less than half the time. He loves to go to that breaking ball as we've seen it, but now that you've gotten blown up by that gas, it's in the back of your mind if you're Christian Turner.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. 2 down. Went right back to the heater.
Now 96 to get strike 2 and 97 to get strike 3. Just challenging the freshman left-hander with the velo. And if you're able to go back and get it, you don't even need to mess around with the secondary stuff. 3rd strikeout of the night for Ryan Ritter, as he is striking out more than half of the Razorbacks he's faced over the last 2 days.
Pompey takes a breaking ball for a strike. He singled and scored his last plate appearance. 1 for 3. Here comes the 0-1. Breaking ball, a swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes as they rise once again here at Hoagland. Living and dying with every pitch. Oh, 2 count. 2 on, 2 outs. The pitch. That's in the dirt. Mungarieta, great job blocking that ball.
You're seeing some really good defensive catcher play in this ball game. Aki Mungarieta behind the plate, of course, well documented. Ryder Helfrich on the other side, saving a lot of extra 90s. Are these stoppers?
Ritter's ready. Now the 1-2. Swing and a miss. As Lou Turner said in Major League, give him the heater. And that's exactly what he got.
96, 97, and 98 with the exclamation point, striking out the side for Ryan Ritter. They could taste it here in Lawrence.
Well, another great crowd on hand for the second consecutive night. Over 4,000 in attendance. They set the record yesterday with 4,042. And this is the ballpark that holds a tick over 2,700. So the modifications that have been done by the KU athletic department has worked out to the Jayhawks' advantage, especially with the backyard in left field. It's been a great crowd all weekend long, great environment, and kudos to the University of Kansas for what they put together this weekend.
Now, you don't want to speculate. I think that backyard is going to be here to stay for years to come. You get a look at James DeCramer coming on in second time in as many days. Just faced 2 Jayhawks in last night's 1-0 contest. He walked them both. Fastball 92 to 95 with a curveball, and will flash a changeup to left-handers. And you're at that point in the game, Victor, you have to keep this an 11-run target for this Arkansas offense. You're within striking distance of what we've seen the Hogs do with the bats in their hand, but you cannot allow these Jayhawks to put an exclamation point on it.
Credit to the freshman Lee. Did a nice job for Arkansas, especially after the leadoff double by Ballinger last inning. Mugarieta swings through the first pitch breaking ball, and it's 0-1. 3, 4, and 5 for the Jayhawks here in their half of the 8th. Breaking ball, almost clipped him. 1-1. He was hit by a pitch in his last plate appearance. That was in the 6th. Augie 0 for 3. Kramer's 1-1. 2 balls and a strike. Seeing that breaking ball pretty good. That's inside, anyways, middle in.
Now, it's not necessarily where you're looking for it if you're Mugarieta, but as we're talking about those adjustments, if you bleed this a little further over the plate, we've seen what Augie can do. He's gone into that backyard a couple of times in this regional.
3 balls and 1 strike. That fastball misses outside. The Kramer's 14th appearance. Has 3 starts under his belt this year, just a tick over 19 innings, 17 punches, and 8 walks. Three-one pitch, and that's a strike. Mugarieta didn't like it, flipped the bat. Picks it up quickly and apologizes twice to the home plate umpire, David Savage.
You can look at the height, it's just underneath the letters. I think Augie thought this ball was a shade away.
Payoff on the way. Breaking ball. Really good pitch, and it just missed. Helfrich wanted that one. And still talking with Savage behind the plate. It's a leadoff walk.
Well, that is a heck of an effort to stick that breaking ball back in there after the last pitch away. You can see Dave Van Horn asking, where is that pitch? And it's a lot of that breaking ball. You've seen how sharp it is, and he can throw it for glove strikes, and also if he brings it down, can get swing over the miss. To right-handed hitters, it's more than half the time. You see Dave Van Horn is not happy.
Made the right pitch in the right location, just didn't get the call. There's Dykoff. Missed in. Dykoff is 2 for 4. 3-run home run in the 6th inning. At that point, extended the Jayhawk lead to 11-5. Arkansas able to get 2 in the 6th. This one line to center field. Dykoff's got his 3rd hit of the game. That ball was smoked. 2 on with nobody out.
That is what you call a missile and being ready when you get one over the plate. Saw Dykoff go big fly in his last at bat, a 3-run home run, the first home run to right field that Hoagland Ballpark has surrendered. And that's one way to get it going. 112 off the bat for Josh Dykoff.
Helfrich taking command of the situation here with Osorio at the plate. Osorio's had a heck of a regional already.
This is not who you want to see coming to the plate with 2 men on the way he swung the bat today. Go back to the 4th inning, put one into the backyard. A home run that followed up a double that he had in the second inning earlier, added another double in the sixth, that just missed another double in the fifth. It's been a big day at the plate for Dariel Osorio.
2 doubles, giving up 12, the home run, his 9th of the year. Now they will call an offensive timeout here. Talk things over.
I don't think you have him square around, do you?
Be surprised the way he's been swinging the bat.
Taking one of the big sticks out of his hands, but you also understand the other side. If you do want to play for that insurance at this point in time, bottom line, if you're Kansas right now, 2 men on, nobody out, you have to convert at least one of these. And we're talking about an Arkansas team that right now is being just down 4. All that takes is one swing of the bat if you load them up.
Yeah. Kansas does not sacrifice a ton, just 11 on the season. And Osorio doesn't have any of them.
I'd be hard pressed to believe that's the move. We've talked about the numbers for Osorio. They're not quite what they were in his all Big 12 campaign last year. Just 225 with runners in scoring position, but you can throw that out the window of what you've seen from him at the dish tonight.
Shows bunt, and he takes the breaking ball downstairs. I was going to say, it's tough to keep the bucking stallion in the stable, and Osorio has been doing it. We'll see if they keep it on. 1 ball, no strikes, no out, 2 on. 2 balls, no strikes.
And that's a lot of what this identity has been for this Kansas team. We talked about Dan Fitzgerald not only finding the talent, but finding the right guy. And to have the game that you're having, you called around to square it and get a bunt down. See if he gets a 2-0 though.
And he bunts one on the first base shot, and it's a pretty good one. Miscommunication there. Paul throws high, and he is safe at first. The little hesitation there cost the Razorbacks. And Osorio has picked up his 4th hit.
You get a look at how close this play is, and it's just that hesitation, a little bit of extra hold on to the ball is all that Dariel needs to beat this out. Puts this in a fantastic area. You can see him deaden that baseball to the right side of the infield, and you don't know whether it's going to be Ryder Helfrich taking this or James DeCramer on the mound. That little space is all it needs. Now Dave Van Horn signaling that maybe wanted to take a look at that. And maybe he was calling it, it just wasn't seen.
Razorbacks do have 1 challenge remaining, and it looks like they are going to challenge it. Now Dan Fitzgerald getting an explanation as to why he's going to get an opportunity to challenge when he didn't challenge it earlier. Just see what the umpires say. They're going to get together and talk it over.
Well, and you can see what he's saying right now, way past the time limit.
I thought it would have been automatic. If you're the Razorbacks, you've got 1 challenge left, right? That you would have just done it that quickly.
Especially at this point in the game, and how critical that out is over at first base. You're sacrificing that as an early square sacrifice bunt attempt for Dariel Osorio.
Here comes Dave Van Horn.
Very clearly a big moment in the ball game, and you're talking about a different complexion to the inning. Still would be advantageous one for Kansas, even with 2 men in scoring position and 1 out, if this was to get overturned. Again, it was called safe on the field.
Well, the only person that can ask for a challenge is the head coach. And it has to be done within 10 seconds after the conclusion of the play.
And you're getting a couple looks at this at first base. In real time, I sure thought that Osorio got the foot to the back first, and that was the call on the field. So it'll be bases loaded, nobody out.
First pitch is down and in for ball one. And Jordan Bach. And that 10-second span is that the head coach notifies the umpires that they're contemplating challenging the call. Then you've got 30 seconds.
And you can see that's what Dan Fitzgerald was mouthing. He said way past 30 seconds. And there was a lot of time that went by, but that's in the past now. It's a 1-0 count for Jordan Bach.
Murrieta at third, Dykup at second, Osorio at first base. Time was called. Pitch clock violation. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Look like the Kramer having trouble hearing on the pitch count device. And a step off, that's a disengagement. That's the first one. And now time called by Ryder. Well, you've heard of Allen Fieldhouse being one of the loudest places for basketball, and that atmosphere has carried over. It's spilled out of Allen Fieldhouse just across the parking lot into Hoagland. Two balls, no strikes on Bach. Bases loaded, nobody out. We're in the eighth. 3-0. Strike on the inside part of the plate. Bach had thrown the bat, was taking the elbow guard off, but it got rung up by David Savage. 3-1.
And you look at the height on that. Down below the knee. I see what Jordan Bach thought. Well, he'll reset. Got to think you're getting a good pitch hit. 3-1.
He walked him. 12-7 Jayhawks.
Two batters faced last night, 2 walks for James DeCramer on the mound. That's his second walk in 4 batters faced tonight. And that is going to bring the skipper out again. Dave Van Horn making him walk to the mound.
Still nobody out here in the 8th inning. Razorback faithful certainly not happy with what they're seeing here. We've got ourselves a pitching change. DeCramer yells into his glove. He faced 4 batters and did not retire 1. Pitching change here in the 8th inning at Hoagland Ballpark. The Jayhawk faithful starting to feel it a little bit. They're up 12-7, looking for more. This regional matches up with the regional in Atlanta. Georgia Tech, a win for them, and they advance to the Supers. But Oklahoma is up 11-8 in the bottom of the 8th. Sooners are the home team in that one. Here, Kansas trying to go 3-0 and on the way to a Super Regional. They lead this one 12-7. Cooper Dossett takes over, the junior from Springdale, Arkansas. Comes on with the plate is full. Bases loaded, nobody out.
And nowhere to go through 9 pitches against Northeastern earlier in game 1 today. Only 4 strikes and walked one of the 2 batters that he faced. You do not have margin for error, and you've got to get in that strike zone in a hurry.
Dylan Schlotterbeck at the plate. He's 1 for 4. Dykoff at third, Osorio at second, and Bach at first as the first one's fouled off. 0-1. This was a 5-0 Arkansas lead through 3 innings. The Jayhawks offense exploded for 6 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, and 1 so far here in the 8th inning, leading at 12-7. Oh, 1 pitch. Evens up the count. Going from the full windup. 1-1. This is ripped out to right field. Turner is there. He'll make the catch. Tagging from third. Coming home is Dykoff. The throw gets cut off. It's a sac fly, making it 13-7 Jayhawks.
Not only that, the throw was high coming in, so everybody gets to move up 90 feet. You'll have 2 runners in scoring position. See Schlotterbeck catching this one out in front when it's up away. Not enough to go for extra bases, but far enough back that there's no chance on that throw for Christian Turner. Another run in and some more insurance for Kansas. And that is going to draw this Razorback infield in with 2 more in scoring position.
Ballinger at the plate. Full windup again. Big hack. He fouls it back.
Does not look like that hamate bone has been bothering him in this Lawrence Regional.
Not in the least. He's 2 for 4 so far tonight with 2 RBIs, single and a double. Takes the breaking ball in there. A little frustrated with himself as he steps out of the batter's box. It's 0-2.
That's a really nice pitch from Dossett to get to 0-2. Cannot go back to that same one, though. That hanger over the plate, 0-2 count is not what you want. You can take advantage of Ballinger trying to be aggressive, but it's got to be out of the zone.
A little bit high. A few times we've seen the outfield for Arkansas playing a little bit more shallow than normal. Now the 1-2. Ballinger went around, could not hold up. Good fastball up and out of the strike zone, 2 down.
Can't have a better sequence there from Dossett on the mound when he needed it the most. We talked about no place to go. You cannot flirt with the strike zone up in the count like that. You go heater up, and for left-handed hitters, it's such a tough pitch in a situation like that to lay off. You know Ballinger, who's a man of the people, wants to come through there, but Dossett takes advantage with the punch out.
Here's Max Solis, the DH, and hit one out to left center field. Ruiz broke back, has got to break in and over, makes the catch for out number 3. Kansas tacks on 2 runs here in the top of the 8th inning, sending 7 men to the plate. They lead at 13-7. Kansas 6 outs away from advancing to the Super Regionals. They lead at 13-7. And a new guy on the bump. Someone we've seen already this weekend. Bodie Ray.
You heard it earlier, trying to bridge to this guy. This has been your stopper all year. 90-93 in the fastball, but it's the changeup and the curveball. That's what's made him so good. 2 innings in a save against Northeastern. 2 innings in a save last night against this Arkansas team, and that's what he's done in his work. Just 1 free pass, 6 strikeouts over the 4 innings, and he's on to close this thing out tonight.
Top of the order coming up for the Razorbacks, and Ruiz, Kojul, and Helfrich. Damian 1 for 4, 2 RBI single back in the 2nd inning. No balls and a strike. A little bit high. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Living and dying with every pitch.
There's going to be a lot of people late to work in Lawrence, Kansas tomorrow.
I got a feeling you're right. Here's the 1-1. Tapper foul at the plate, 1-2. You know, not too often you are at a home ballpark. The home team's got a lead late. And as the pitcher starts his delivery, you can almost hear a pin drop. Now with 2 strikes to get the clapping going. That eases the tension for them, the anxiety. The 1-2 now. Breaking ball pulled down the line. It's a fair ball. Ruiz will turn and head to second. He's got himself a leadoff double. Ballinger, a little bit of a bobble, but that's it for Ruiz. 13th double of the year.
Now these last 6 outs are going to be tough to get for Kansas. This is an Arkansas lineup that is not going to go away quietly. Damian Ruiz getting it going, hooking this inside the 3rd base bag. Good effort by Schlotterbeck at the hot corner. Just too much on it from Ruiz to get things going. Going to take a lot of traffic on the bases for Arkansas to mount this. And you're talking about a 6-run deficit here. This is something that the Hogs can do in 1 inning. You don't need it all back here, but you'd love to get this thing at least cut in half to make the 9th a bit more manageable.
Kojul takes a strike. Hog shortstop, 1 for 4, had an RBI single back in the 2nd. He struck out his last plate appearance. He got 2 punch outs on the night. LeBlanc shading up the middle. 0-1. Breaking ball up high. There's 1-1. That is pulled right to Dykoff. They go to second base. They almost get the double play, but a heads-up job by Ruiz at second. You're always taught to freeze on that line drive. 1 down.
And this is exactly why that's the case. If he even takes a step towards third, it's a double play. Dykoff all over this, right place, right time. Another big swing from Cam Kojul that results in an out. But now you have to deal with Ryder Helfrich, who's been on it tonight.
Multi-homer game for Helfrich. Check swing foul. Helfrich with 3 runs batted in. The 2 home runs giving him 18 down this season and 53 runs batted in. Looked like he went around. They wanted to appeal. He did. 0-2.
For someone that's had a 2 home run game, those are back-to-back very uncomfortable swings. We were talking about last inning. You do not have to sniff the strike zone if you're Bodie Ray.
Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball lays off. 1-2. third multi-homer game for Helfrich this year. And Ray's 1-2 pitch is down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ruiz standing at second base, the leadoff double. 13-7. Jayhawks lead it here in the 8th. Now the 2-2. That is Sky down the line, but foul.
See the big breath for Ryder Helfrich. He's been there and done that. One of the stars in this Arkansas lineup.
That is skied out to left field. Ballinger moving back, stepping onto the track, now has to come forward, and he'll make the catch. And a collective exhale. 2 down.
Well, the route may have made that a little bit more dramatic than it needed to be. Just wanted to make sure that he got behind it. Just skied a little too high on the launch angle for Helfrich to get his 3rd one out of here.
Just that tough time at night too, with the sky. Sun is set.
Yeah, once that ball gets above the level of the lights, a lot of times it disappears. A nice job navigating.
There's Zach Stewart with 2 outs and a man in scoring position. He takes a breaking ball low. Stewart tonight 2 walks, a pop up, and a ground out. A muggy 84 degrees. Very little breeze here in Lawrence. Stark contrast to the first 2 games. That's a fastball painted on the inside part of the plate to even the count.
It's a guy in Zach Stewart that likes to get extended, nearing 60 career home runs for the left-hander. That fastball tries to ties him up inside.
And the dirt gets by all the way to the backstop. Ruiz will advance to 3rd. Three infielders on the right side. Osorio out at shallow right. He's the second baseman. Dykhoff deep at first. 2-1. That is drilled out to deep right field. Incoming to the scoreboard. That's a 2-run blast by Zach Stewart. 13-9 Jayhawks. Stewart with his 15th home run of the season.
This is the exact thing that we're talking about here. You have to be so careful of the power that Zach Stewart possesses. He stuck that fastball inside to get the at-bat going, but if it bleeds over the plate at all, you are in trouble. Catches this out in front, and he can watch that one fly into the night. See how quick the rotation is through the ball, using the leverage of the tall frame. That cleared the scoreboard out in right field. 448 feet for Zach Stewart.
That's good, right? How many of those did you hit in your career?
You want to go there?
No, I'm curious.
Wait, by those, do you mean pitching wedges? Because that's about what that is for me.
48 pitching wedge, love it. Second home run of the day for Stewart. Had one in the win against Northeastern earlier today. A 1 pitch. Souza taps it foul. No balls, 2 strikes. A double and now a home run by Stewart. Arkansas. They're not just going to roll away. They're not going to die.
No question.
It's a 4-run deficit now. Souza 1 for 4, had a single in the 5th. Check swing. Did he go? No. Tim Rosso, the third base umpire, says that Souza held up.
A big one of those breakers. That's close out over the plate. Those are the type of indecisive swings that the stuff of Bodie Ray can elicit.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Souza. Zach Stewart draws the Razorbacks within 4. We head to the 9th inning. (13-9) as we head to the 9th. Take a look at our Capital One rewarding performance with Tyson LeBlanc coming to the plate. And why not give it to him?
Yeah, no question about what he's been doing. Look at the numbers, 5 for 11, 3 home runs for LeBlanc, none bigger than the 3-run shot to cap off a 6-run 4th inning for Kansas tonight. Made it a 6-5 ball game at the time, and going into that half, it was all Razorbacks in this game. It's been an absolute game changer for Dan Fitzgerald's club.
2 for 4, home run, double, and a walk. (14 hits on the night for the Jayhawks, 12 for the Razorbacks. We expected a heavyweight fight. We got it. 2 balls, no strikes. Three and 0. Tyson Owens on deck. Augie Mugarieta to follow. That almost clips him. It's a leadoff walk on 4 pitches. Action of the bullpen.
You're in a spot right now for Arkansas that one swing can still tie this ball game up. Now there's work to do in the bottom of the 9th. You've got to load the bases to even have that shot. One play's massive for the Jayhawks' cause here as they're trying to close this thing out. But Dave Van Horn going to come out to the mound one more time in this 9th inning.
This will be the 6th reliever used by Arkansas here tonight. We got ourselves a pitching change here in the 9th inning. Nobody out, a man on. Kansas looking to add on. They lead at 13-9. 13-9, Jayhawks lead it here in the 9th inning. And the path has been worn out quite a bit by the Razorbacks tonight, going to the bullpen. Mark Brissy, the freshman, takes over.
Getting a look at why it's so important to start 2-0 and not have to contend with that extra game. The pitching getting thin, but Brissy on for the 14th time tonight. Another freshman getting action on the mound for Arkansas. 20 punch-outs to 12 walks in his 15 1/3 innings of work. He's not thrown in the past few weeks. Last time out was a 3-batter outing against the Oklahoma Sooners.
No frustration from Hogs fans. They were in Hog heaven early on when they had a 5-0 lead. And man, things changed quickly in that 4th inning when Kansas dropped the 6th spot. But as we've seen it, we saw it in game 1. We've seen it already today. If you're Kansas, you better add on, because in the bottom of the 9th, Razorbacks will have 6, 7, and 8 coming up to start things off.
Yeah, and you can see what's at stake for Kansas. It would be the first super regional in the history of the Jayhawk program, but you are not starting to celebrate that until there are 3 outs at the end of the bottom of the 9th inning.
Pretty good fastball at 96. Just ran a little bit off the plate for ball 1. Tyson Owens 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, 1 walk. LeBlanc over at first base. Not a big lead for him. There's a strike. Brissy out of Batesville, Arkansas. Delivers a strike. Seventh overall prospect. Number 4 right-handed pitcher in Arkansas by perfect game coming out of high school. That's downstairs. 2-2.
And you see why. Another horse out of the bullpen for Arkansas. The stuff is there. 96, 97 on the heater.
That's free and easy with arm side run. 2-2. Just got a piece of a good breaking ball down and in.
Another one of those guys that fastball's in the upper 90s. That's an 88-mile-an-hour slider.
Mungarieta on deck. There goes LeBlanc. The pitch is downstairs. The throw down to first. Second is not in time. LeBlanc picks up the stolen base, his 11th of the season. And Owens has himself a 3-2 count.
That's a really nice job of picking a pitch to go on in a 2-2 count for Tyson LeBlanc. You know you're going to be focused on trying to frame up that pitch if you're Ryder Helfrich behind the plate. It's a really nice situation to put yourself in scoring position.
Now the payoff. That one leaked back over. Mislocation, got away with it. Reset and do it again. Still nobody out here in the 9th. Swing and a miss. Got him with a fastball. 95, and there's out number 1.
Ninth punch out for the Razorbacks on the mound tonight. They have brought the stuff. You've seen it. You've just seen the Jayhawks put a few more good swings on it. As much as you can do to leave Tyson LeBlanc out there on second base. Gives you one last effort at the bottom half.
Mungarieta's 0 for 3. Been on board twice, once via the hit by a pitch, the other via walk. He scored 2 runs. And that is way outside. And LeBlanc caught between second and third because that ball ricocheted back to Helfrich. Kojal gets the tag on him. There's out number 2. A well-designed play by the Razorbacks.
That's exactly what this is. Just bad luck for Tyson out there on second base. And we've talked about this all weekend long. First one where it really comes in to effect here. It's a hard brick surface behind the plate. And that pitch was so far up and out. And one thing to say, great read by Ryder Helfrich on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Angling it up correctly. Came off the brick with some steam.
2-0 pitch, 3-0. Dykoff on deck. Three and one. Razorbacks at the bottom of the 9th inning. Robinette, New, and Turner are the scheduled 3 batters. The inning continues. TJ Pompey, who's the 9th place hitter, as we get back to the top of the order after that. This is ripped down the left field line, and that is foul.
Well, you got a chance if you're Arkansas in the bottom half of this 9th inning. You got to talk about the last 4 in your order, but then the lineup will flip over, and to get back into the game, you're going to have that lineup flip. If you can get a few on the base paths, get the tying run to the dish, there's no question whether or not anybody in this Razorback lineup can put one good swing on a baseball.
Now the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with a fastball. We will head to the bottom of the 9th. Jayhawks 3 outs from advancing to the Super Regionals. Arkansas trailing at 13-9. Beautiful Sunday night in Lawrence, Kansas. Championship Sunday. KU 3 outs away from advancing to its first ever Super Regional, while hosting its first ever regional here at Hoagland Ballpark. Reese Robinette will lead things off for the Hogs. The winner of this bracket will play the winner of the Atlanta bracket. And if Oklahoma hangs on, they will play tomorrow against Georgia Tech to determine that bracket winner. There's strike 1 on Robinette. Cody Ray gave up 2 runs in the 8th inning on the home run of Zach Stewart. But he struck out Nolan Souza to stop the rally. No balls, 2 strikes. Robinette 2 walks, a fly ball to left and a single. 1 for 2, and he didn't like that call.
You can see what Bodie Ray does to people. The stuff's not going to overpower you, but so frustrating the movement.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Rays 1-2. Boy, emergency hack by Robinette. That's how he got the single in his last plate appearance with 2 strikes, just punching one through the left side with the shift on.
You talk about getting to the guys that Dan Fitzgerald wanted in the ballgame. How many of those little half swings have we seen since it's been Ritter and now Ray?
Swing and a miss. Down goes Robinette. 1 down.
Soft stuff down, then you go fastball right over the heart of the plate. And it's enough to beat Reese Robinette, who's had himself a day. A couple of bombs earlier, but they are starting to taste it here in Lawrence.
Here comes Micah New, the center fielder. A 3-hit game for him. Double, 2 singles and a walk. That is drilled out to deep left field. Ballinger's going to watch this one go. It's his second 4-hit game for Micah New. A solo shot makes it 13-10, Kansas.
We've been talking all game about how important that insurance is and how you are not going to let that breath out if you're Kansas until that 27th out is recorded. Those last couple are so hard to get, and Micah New, who went off on Friday, is doing it again here in the regional final. Another ball into the trees over the backyard, and Arkansas draws one closer. 111 off the bat, 421 feet.
10th home run of the season. Here's Christian Turner. Takes a little bit high for ball 1. Turner takes a strike to even the count. The right fielder 0 for 3. Here comes the 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Not missed by much. 30 pitches thrown by Ray. Got extended in that 8th inning. After giving up the leadoff double to Ruiz, got 2 outs and then gave up the 2-run blast to Zach Stewart. It cleared the scoreboard in right field. 2-1. Fastball, locked him up, front door. 2-2.
And you can see what he's doing with that heater right now. And as good as the secondary stuff has been, especially the left-handed hitters, he is comfortable starting it at the front hip and running it back over that inside corner.
Now the 2-2. Just got a piece of it to keep his plate appearance alive. One out here in the 9th, 1 run in. Arkansas down by 3. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Turner chasing up and out of the strike zone, 2 down.
Two innings to close it out on Friday, 2 innings to close it out last night, and he's trying to do the same here. Elevating with another fastball. And you are about to see everybody on their feet here at Hogla Ballpark. 3rd strikeout of the night for Bodie Ray.
Here's TJ Pompey. First one. Fastball right down Broadway. It's 0-1. Pompey 1 for 4 with a single and a run scored. Swing and a miss, 0-2. One strike away from advancing to their first ever Super Regional. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Bounced. And it's 1-2. Over 4,000 in attendance in a stadium that holds 2,700. A long time coming for the Jayhawk faithful, and the job that Dan Fitzgerald has done now in his 4th season. There's the 1-2 pitch, way upstairs. Seen a couple of those this weekend.
You think he's got a little juice running through the veins right now?
Sir. It's been a steady climb for the Jayhawks over the last couple of years. '13th ranked team in the country. 44 wins. Swing and a miss! The Jayhawks pick up the victory as they sweep through their own regional. 13-10 the final.
Well, the celebration is on and so well deserved. This is a Kansas team that played like they've been in this moment plenty of times. Questions around the atmosphere, what it would look like here. Hoagland Ballpark was rocking all weekend long, and that team could be playing baseball next weekend with a chance to go to College World Series.
No doubt about it. No stress whatsoever. They looked the part, they acted the part, and they sealed the victory as if they've been doing this for a long time.
What a performance by that guy right there. That is their leader, and he's the one that came through in so many moments for this Jayhawk lineup.
Kansas advances to the Super Regional, but where they go remains to be seen. More than likely playing tomorrow. That is Oklahoma and Georgia Tech, with the Sooners leading the Yellow Jackets currently. But Dan Fitzgerald and the Jayhawk faithful do not care. They get to live another day.
Yeah, you'll worry about that one tomorrow. They're going to enjoy this moment tonight, as they should.
What a weekend in Lawrence. The first time ever hosting a regional here. And the athletic department for the University of Kansas were unbelievable hosts. Great crowds across the board with all 4 teams. For Connor Wanhanen and our entire crew here in Lawrence, Kansas, I'm Victor Rojas saying good night from Lawrence, Kansas, as the Jayhawks advance to their first ever Super Regional, picking up the victory over Arkansas by the final of 13-10. We're going to send you out to Oregon and Oregon State with Clay Matvick and David Archibald. That's coming up.
And now,